Good morning. Representative Dry, would you like to lead us in the pledge this morning?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 432 FN, authorizing the application of sunscreen in schools and camps without a licensed healthcare provider's note or prescription, and establishing a skin care prevention education program. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Ward.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Ruth Ward, representing Senate District 8, and I'm here to introduce 432, which has to do with sunscreen and application. This bill will allow students to possess and use a topical sunscreen while on school property or at school-related events or activity without a licensed healthcare provider, note, or prescription. In addition, it will allow for outdoor use of articles of sun protective clothing, including but not limited to hats and sunglasses, and establish a skin cancer prevention education program. Under existing medication bans, students are required to have a physician's note to bring sunscreen to school, causing decreased access and underutilization of sun protection measures. To address this issue, this bill will create consistent state policy that ensures children have access to EDA-approved sunscreen at school for over-the-counter use at no cost to the state. And it would not require a school to provide sunscreen or have school personnel apply sunscreen. If passed, New Hampshire would not be alone. Presently, 29 states and the District of Columbia have already passed similar regulations and legislation. The importance of this bill is backed by scientific evidence. The United States Preventive Services Task Force, for example, believes that children should have access to sunscreen to help reduce the incidence of skin cancer, along with counseling about minimizing their exposure to UV rays to reduce the risk of skin cancer. Possessing sunscreen in school is also supported by the American Medical Association, and they have passed a resolution to exempt sunscreen from over-the-counter medication possession bans in schools. Nationwide, only 10% of students reported regular use of sunscreen. Regular use of an SPF 15 or higher sunscreen reduces the risk of developing melanoma by 50%. On average, a person's risk for melanoma doubled if they had had more than 5 sunburns, but just one blistering sunburn in childhood or adolescence more than double a person's chances of developing melanoma later in life. Even without a burn, sun exposure raises skin cancer risk. Even if you are tan or your skin type is dark and your skin does not redden, this sun can cause cellular damage that can lead to cancer. To help protect the more than 160,000 New Hampshire children from damaging UV exposure, I respectfully ask for your report on this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I wondered if the sunscreen application would include aerosol sunscreen.
Good question. I don't know. It just says sunscreen, so I would assume whatever type of sunscreen will be okay.
Okay. Follow up? My son has had a sunblock allergy, unfortunately, since the age of 3, and still has it to this day. He's 27, and he's learned, obviously not to use sunscreens and kind of duck away when there's aerosols. But I'm concerned about the aerosols because I do know they do sometimes start a reaction with him. So that's where my question is coming from.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
I would check with your dermatologist, but usually aerosol, I have seen it applied, and as long as you protect your face and eyes and mouth, and you know, hold it away from sensitive areas, I think it should be okay, but I would check with the dermatologist.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, it seems like, and maybe I missed it here, refers to schools. Schools. Is that public schools, private schools, charter schools, all schools?
This just allows children in school to apply sunscreen without a prescription, without the doctor's order. Which apparently it hasn't been, you have, in order to bring your sunscreen or apply it, you had to have an order from a physician to do that, and this takes that away, that you can do it on your own.
Follow-up?
Follow up, yes. So are we talking all schools, private, public, charter, have to apply, this applies to?
I would imagine so, but I mean, we're talking about legislation which probably affects public schools the most. But I would imagine that private schools will go ahead, but I don't know for sure.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I'm curious, I know that there is a provision in the bill for UV protective sun clothing. My kiddos have worn that since they were littles, the long sleeves, the UV protective clothing that can be water safe, etc. Do you feel like there is a need to stipulate that instead? I'm curious as to why you chose to put that in statute. Is there a specific need for permissive legislation to allow those types of clothing to be worn?
Let me check if I understand your question. Are you asking why UV protective clothing is included? Is that your question?
May I?
Sure, yeah, sure.
Thank you. So I guess what I'm saying is I feel like families and children already have the opportunity to wear those, whether it's the UV hats that they have or the barrier protective clothing. There's like longer, like legging pants, there's long sleeve shirts, all sorts of things like that that literally will cover a kiddo. And I see that you have that enumerated in the statute, and I'm just curious as to why it is necessary to have that written into the bill when they come to school.
It probably isn't necessary, but sometimes you don't. It's common sense, right? But sometimes you have to question why things have to be written down, because it should be normal use anyhow to protect the children.
Thank you.
Representative Drake?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. I'm just looking at the section of the law that this wants to go into, and it's really about things that are actually dangerous if you don't use them right. Epinephrine, allergy, asthma medication, things like that. Real medicines. I don't really consider sunscreen as a medicine, and I'm still not convinced that you couldn't just have parental permission to do this because it's not really a medicine. Is that correct?
I would say probably that's the reason. Anything that anybody brings to school, whether it's an aspirin or something, people are very concerned about what that could do, and I think that's why they feel safe having somebody prescribes it. They're not responsible for it. But it's not medicine, so they should be okay. But in a way, I think it's too bad that we actually have to have legislators saying that it's okay to put sunscreen on without a prescription.
Yeah. Thank you.
Senator, I was going to call you Senator. Hey, you got a promotion. Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The parental permission is only if an educator or someone in the school has to apply it to the child, but otherwise the parental permission isn't required for the child to just bring it. I wasn't sure in the bill. It said written parental permission for somebody else to apply it, but this would enable a child to bring it and put it on themselves.
Okay, let's see. Are you asking if it's okay for a school personnel to apply if the kid is too young to do it themselves?
No, no.
What section are you referring?
Okay. I thought what I read was that parental permission was needed for, say, me as a teacher to apply it to a child, but after this would be passed, a child could bring it and apply it on themselves without parental permission. Or is parental permission required for everybody?
The bill is really to be able to put sunscreen on you, but without a physician's prescription, without anybody giving you permission to do that. It takes that part away from it.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Ward, on page 2, starting on line 18 and then continued on 19, it says, if the product is regulated by the Federal Food and Drug Administration. There are some natural sunscreens that a lot of parents use, and I'm not sure if those are regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. Would you be open to allowing all sunscreens, even if it's not regulated by?
I am open to any kind of sunscreen provided it's safe.
Okay.
Screen. I don't know. I'm sure there are all kinds of things out on the market, but I think you have to look at it and see what does it contain. Is it actually sunscreen? Does it have UV protection?
Right. Okay. Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm over here, all the way on the side. So I'm just curious, and reading through this about the portion on page 2, section 6, where it talks about sun-safe education, which is that public schools may incorporate instruction in the common school grades. And I'm not entirely sure what the term common school grades refers to, but about resources on skin cancer prevention as approved by the State Board of Education. Is the goal here to add additional information into the existing health curriculum about proper skincare, or is this like just a suggestion that schools might do it if they want to?
I would think if you have health education, part of the health education should be how to protect yourself from UV. And it should be part of it. Whether or not, I have not seen the exact word by word by word what should be taught. But I would, if I were a teacher or a parent, that would be part of what I would tell my kids. If you're out in the sun, it can be bad for you in the long term. Protect yourself. Are you asking if that would be added to the health education?
Yes.
I don't know, but I would assume so. I mean, I would certainly recommend that it should be added, and that's part of how you stay healthy. And if you if you talk about intake of nutrition and hydration, why not also include how you take care of your skin if you're out in the sun? But I haven't seen it, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But to me, that's just common sense.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I am curious with regard to recreational camps, because I have sent my kiddos to camps every summer as long as I have known. They oftentimes have a very detailed form when you send sunscreen in. It's your child's name is labeled on the bottle itself and the form. And I'm curious to know whether or not there has been an issue in the past where you felt like recreation camps needed to be included in the legislation, because it is a fairly specific process when you enroll a kid where there are outdoor camps and they are exposed to the sun. So are you just looking to streamline the process across the state to have the same form across the state, or can you?
I've just heard of 1 or 2 incidences where the kid could not put sunscreen on because it was not prescribed. Mm-hmm. So this takes away that this allows the child, if they are able to put the sunscreen on, or somebody can help them put the sunscreen on. But there's always the incidence was some kid has been out all day in the sun and been burned. Mm-hmm. And this takes, protects that.
Thank you.
Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. I'm on page 1, Roman numeral 3, line 8. Would you please describe for us the magnitude of what appears to be a problem here identified by the CDC? That there are existing school policies that prohibit hazard or student possession of sunscreen. Did you hear testimony, or are you otherwise aware of the magnitude of the problem that there are actually existing school policies that prevent children from being able to apply sunscreen?
I don't think there is a this is my thought. I don't think there's a policy that says that they're preventing it. But what has been the policy of the school is any kind of medication type, you have to have a prescription, you have to have it written down that it's okay for you to have it. So I think this takes care of that you don't need a prescription to use sunscreen.
Can I follow? The sentence actually reads that there are, the assertion is that there actually are school policies that prevent students from possessing sunscreen. Are you aware of that, and to what extent? I mean, what's the magnitude of the problem such that, how many schools have school policies that prevent students from having
I have
sunscreen?
no idea. I don't know. I think you can construe perhaps that if you have to have a prescription or have a permission to use it, that in effect prevents the child from using it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, sort of.
Okay.
But you're also describing the sunscreen as being prescribed. What percentage of sunscreens are you aware of that are actually prescriptions and that cannot be purchased over the counter?
I don't know any,
Okay.
because I've never used anything except what's available over
Right.
the counter, including zinc if it's necessary.
Okay. So you're not aware of any kind of description by the CDC of the magnitude of the problem that they assert, that there are actually school policies that prevent students from possessing over-the-counter sunscreen?
I'm not aware of that, but I do know that CDC is looking out for what should be a good policy for people, how to take care of themselves, including applying sunscreen if they're going to be out in the sun.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Senator Ward.
Thank you.
Representative Miles?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Julie Miles. I represent Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I am here in support of SB 432. At its core, this bill addresses a very simple problem with a very practical solution. Right now, in some schools and camps, sunscreen is treated like a medication, meaning students may be prohibited from carrying it or applying it without a physician's note, even though it's available over the counter in drugstores and, many all stores. So that creates an unnecessary barrier to a basic preventative health measure. We know that based on findings in this bill and guidance from national public health authorities that children are routinely exposed to ultraviolet sun rays and often with inadequate protection. So sunburns in childhood, they're not benign. They're a well-established risk factor for developing skin cancer later in life. And when we have safe over-the-counter products that directly reduce the risk, it doesn't make sense to reduce the access to it or restrict access to something that you can buy over the counter, you can put in your child's bag, and they can go off to camp and apply it as needed. SB 432 corrects that imbalance in a thoughtful, measured way, and it allows students to possess and self-apply the FDA, as stated in the bill at the moment, FDA-regulated sunscreen without having a prescription from a doctor. It permits school and camp personnel to assist younger children with parental permission. And importantly, it provides liability protection for staff acting in good faith. This is not creating a burden on schools, it's removing one. The bill also goes a step further by encouraging age-appropriate, evidence-based sun safety education using existing free resources. And that matters because good policy does not just allow healthy behavior, it reinforces it through education. This is not controversial, it's common sense, it aligns with policies and public health guidance, it supports parental intent, and promote student independence in a developmentally appropriate way. So I ask the committee to please support SB 432.
Thank you. Representative Dry?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I worked as a camp counselor my entire, summers. Would this be covered by something like a DHHS technical advisory? These are over-the-counter medicines. You are allowed to give them.
I don't know about the technical advisory to be specific on that, but as it stands, children are prohibited from having FDA-approved sunscreen on their person at some camps and schools. So this would just eliminate that barrier.
Follow-up.
Follow-up?
It just seems like a really big step for a small concern that I thought maybe might be helped by, for example, permission slips.
That may be something the prime sponsor is willing to discuss. I'm just here to support the bill. Yeah, I can give a better example. Years ago, not that long ago, kids were prevented from carrying inhalers in their backpacks, and there were devastating outcomes because of that. Children died from asthma attacks because they couldn't access their inhalers without going to the school nurse. And so, in line with that, this is not a prescription. This is a simple tube of sunscreen that you can get at the drugstore, but is not allowed. You have to have a prescription if you want to have the child get it at school. So this is just eliminating a barrier. It's surprising that we have to be here discussing it as legislation, but we are.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. I just want to be clear. So if the parent sends a note in, my child can use this sunscreen, that doesn't work?
No.
Okay, it needs to be physician. Okay, thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Representative. Just quick observation and a thought and a question, I guess. I particularly like the fact that the sunscreen education awareness is in the bill. Because I think a lot of people in our age category, not you as mine, didn't have it, and clearly went through a lot of errors and are paying for it now. Had we had that, besides not seeing in a cool room, it might have been more helpful. But the concern I have about the bill is the fact where it's quasi mandating that teaching staff or assistants, if the youngster can't do it themselves, and I have a concern about an elementary school classroom with one teacher and 15, 20 kids, and all the parents say, oh yeah, that'd be great. Could you put all my kids apply a sunscreen? I'm thinking about the time between recess coming back in and, kids and then lunch break and going outside again. That issue, how many staff would actually have enough time to do all that, particularly little kids, not the middle-aged cool youngsters. That's my first concern of the bill, how we can get around that. And then I'm concerned about the liability for the teaching staff or the whoever happens to be doing it. And if the youngster then at some point in the future becomes a sun cancer melanoma person, and it goes back with some good lawyers, goes back to, well, it wasn't applied at the right time or not sufficiently enough when a youngster was in grade 5 or 6 or 4 or 5 when they didn't do it right. And what happens if the teacher says, I just can't do it, I don't want to do it. So that's the only thing that concerns me about the bill. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about those two issues, about A, the liability in the future, or B, about how you can have enough staff, particularly in elementary schools, and the parents think, yeah, it's a great idea. Send it in, put it on, and before school, after school, and recess, and after lunch. Thoughts, please, if I may.
To the second part of your question, I think based on the bill, this reduces liability from the teachers. It puts the onus on the parents who send the child to school with the sunscreen, and it releases the teachers of the responsibility. The first question, I would defer to the prime sponsor. Maybe she's open to an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you have any data on how many districts do not already have a policy on sunscreen use? Or I know many things that in some districts there are many opportunities when you're enrolling a child each year. There's a whole health form that comes in, and there are things like, do you consent to the use of Benadryl in the event of an allergy, a sunscreen, all of those types of things. Are you aware of who may not have that?
So I would say this is just enabling legislation to let the child have it on their person, aside from filling out the form for the routine medications the child may be on upon entry to a program. This is simply enabling. It allows the parents to have control over what goes in the child's bag, and allows the child to have some independence to use it themselves, and reduces the onus and liability from the teachers. I think this is just enabling, and I would urge the committee not to overcomplicate it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Melissa Clement.
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Melissa Clement, and I'm the Chief of the Child Care Licensing Unit for the Department of Health and Human Services, and we're responsible for licensing camps. So the parts of the legislation I'll be addressing is only camps. I have nothing to do with schools. So on page 2, section 3, line 14, is where it discusses what's being put in place for camps. And I wanted to share with the committee that our youth recreation camp rule, which is HEC 4003, we already permit the application of sunscreen without a prescription. So it requires parent permission only. So I'm not sure the legislation is necessary because we already have allowances for that in our rules. I'm not opposed to the legislation by any means. I do think it's important, which is why it's in our rules, but we do already address it in our rules. And I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Representative Paterno.
I'm just asking, can you repeat which rule that is?
Sure.
HE-C and 4003.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you know if those rules would include students not sharing their own sunblock?
That actually isn't in the rule. Thank you for the question. We don't have that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in regards to this section that's been included in the bill. Do you see any harm or potential conflict with what is already is in the rules right now?
Thank you for the question. I don't necessarily see harm, but I know I would have to reopen our rules and make slight adjustments. One would be the part about that the product is regulated by the Federal Food and Drug Administration. We just talk about sunscreen and parents giving permission for whatever sunscreen they're bringing. So I think there would be parts of my rule I'd have to adjust to reflect what's in the statute.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. I understand about the camps. What about schools?
I can't answer to schools because I don't oversee schools. I'm part of the child care licensing unit, and that's the only part that I oversee.
Okay, follow up. Are we going to hear from somebody who oversees schools in your?
We are going to summon Becky Wilson after this.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Okay.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So one of the things we talked about is obviously the sunscreen use, but the sun protective clothing, though it might on its face appear to be like out of season clothing because it is longer in nature during the summer, those already have like UV protection embedded in them. So you wouldn't see any confusion or harm if a kiddo walked in with some clothing that looked like maybe it was like longer weather wear for like but it's appropriate for the sun use. There's no complication for your rule.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's definitely no complication with our rule. Whatever the child's using to protect them from the sun is perfectly permissible. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Madam Chair, there's also someone from the Department here of Education, so perhaps they could answer or speak to it. Isn't there?
Oh, Melissa.
Melissa?
Let's hear from Becky first.
Becky first.
She has her pink card ready to go.
Definitely.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. Just for some technical assistance, we're not taking a position on this bill. There is a policy in place currently, which is required by law. That is policy JLCD, which is about administering medication to students. This oversees not only prescription medication, but also over-the-counter medication. I believe one of the representatives mentioned earlier things like Tylenol, Benadryl, hydrocortisone cream, things like that. It does not specifically spell out sunscreen. However, I believe a number of school districts would consider sunscreen to be over-the-counter. So I could see where there may be, right now it says, medication, whether prescription or over-the-counter, shall only be administered or taken by students during the school day in accordance with this policy. And it requires that it's administered either by a nurse or overseen by a school nurse. There is a section that does allow the child to carry certain medications like inhalers, EpiPens, and things like that in appropriate situations. It does not specifically call out sunscreen. I think the bill as currently written is really just trying to specifically add sunscreen to what would be considered an over-the-counter medication and to try to protect staff who may be asked to apply that to students who potentially cannot do that on their own appropriately, and or students who do it on their own and are not great at doing it. I think anybody who's had a kid knows how that goes. Trying to put on your own sunscreen to a place where it's actually effective is, regardless of age, pretty much not helpful. So I think I'm happy to try to answer any other questions that I can.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So could we just change the policy at the school level?
Thank you for the question, Representative Dry. You could just ask districts to discuss and include sunscreen in the JLCD policy as an over-the-counter medication, so to speak. I think that would address some of the concerns also that came from Representative Kluger around the aerosols, excuse me, because most medications, anything that's aerosol, they do try to limit that at school settings just because aerosols for many children, regardless of what kind of thing it is, it's aerosol, it can be really irritating to students with allergies and students with all kinds of other respiratory issues and things like that. So I think a school district certainly could include sunscreens in their policy to the extent that they feel it's appropriate. But again, this policy would say that the school would get to decide whether or not they needed a doctor's note or not, or parental consent, written consent, something like that. I mean, right now it does require written consent, even for students to have their own medications with them. You need written parental consent for them to have that. So I think if you were to try to weave it into the current policy, it would still require that parents at some level are providing some sort of consent that the child has this sunscreen and is able to put it on themselves, and the school is not going to be held liable, so to speak, for how well they do or do not put it on, or if they need help, etc. I don't know how you thread that needle exactly.
Paula?
Thank you. I guess I'm confused as to, this is not really medicine, and it seems like the policies address medicine.
Thank you for the question, Representative Dry. I think it would fall under this policy specifically because it is considered an over-the-counter medication. It has ingredients in it that are preventing other medical issues, hopefully down the road. That is the goal of the sunscreen. So I think it does fall under the over-the-counter medication. So I think there would need to be some acknowledgement somehow in this policy and in your school procedures about how you're documenting that the parent is aware that the child is bringing this sunscreen, that they're only using their own sunscreen, they're applying it themselves or they're not. If they need help, who is responsible for providing the help? Is it any staff member? Is it just the school nurse? I don't know the answer to that question.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would the policy JLCD also be the appropriate place to allow parents to verify that the sunscreen isn't expired or something like that to ensure its effectiveness as well? Because once they are expired, they aren't effective.
Thank you for the question, Representative Murray. The way that the current, and again, these are sample policies, districts are able to take these policies and change them to meet their own district's needs. So I can't speak to every single policy across the state. However, the section right now says over-the-counter medication may be administered to a student with previous written authorization from the parent or guardian. The school nurse may, however, require a licensed prescriber's order or further information or direction from a licensed healthcare provider, and it goes out to expound on who that could be, before administering an over-the-counter medication to a student. The authorization shall contain the same information with the same access as is required relative to prescription medications. Then it also says the school nurse may, at their discretion accept verbal instructions from a licensed provider. The verbal instructions shall be followed by written statements as provided above. So again, it does not absolve necessarily the school district or the school personnel from having to monitor some of those things. The expectation, I believe, is that if medication is coming into the school of any kind, it's labeled with the child's name. There's some sort of dosing on there, so to speak. So in this case, I think it would be whatever the back of the sunscreen says you have to reapply every so often, those kinds of things. But there would need to be some sort of documentation that the parent is sending this in with the child. And again, I think whether or not you allow students to carry sunblock in their backpack or on their person depends an awful lot on your age group that's in your school, on whether you're going on a field trip and you're going off site. Maybe then on that day, yes, everybody has their sunblock, but on a regular day in 6th grade, I'm not sure you have kids with backpacks full of sunblock. Also, from an administrative standpoint, sounds difficult in some ways.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So from a parental standpoint, to me, it sounds, my knee-jerk reaction, wonderful. Just send it in the backpack, and if it's unexpectedly hot and sunny in April or May, the child can put on the sunscreen. But I thought I just heard you say that administratively, I know you're not taking a stance, but do you have a feel for how they feel about this at the local level?
Thank you for the question, Representative Litchfield. We have not vetted this particular bill out with any districts off the cuff to see how people feel about it. I will say, having worked in things like extended year programs at schools, having sunblock is part of that routine. It is the summer. We are outside a lot in the past, depending on what programs you're working in or what students you're working with, what level they might need help to apply the sunscreen. That's all part of sort of the daily routine. For the day-to-day staff and the day-to-day student, I'm not sure how it would work out. I think, the reason that it would be housed under this particular policy is because there is a little bit more oversight and a little recognition of the fact that sunscreen is a medication to some extent, and you're not just going to, you want to be cautious. To Representative Kluger's point, you don't know everything about everybody all the time, and even something that's well-intentioned, sometimes you might want to be careful about what you're doing.
Follow up?
Thank you. And thank you. I know we just had discussion about maybe changing the awareness so that we can change the policies at the local level. And genuine question, is that effective typically, or does it typically need to be handled at this level on something like this? I'm not sure that many schools would jump on board if we were to just say that.
Thank you for the question, Representative Litchfield. Meaning, do we need legislative action in order to include some of these things? I mean, I don't want to speak to that. I feel Personally, I feel like sunblock and wearing sunblock is something that is discussed frequently with the students that are currently in our schools. It's not quite the same, in my opinion, as things like an inhaler or an EpiPen. At the same time, for some students, maybe it would be at that level. I don't know. Certainly, yes, it's enabling. If that's what this bill is enabling, then I think that, schools will look at it through that lens as opposed to having a required change to your JLCD policy.
Representative Pedernal?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you send us a copy of that policy, please? And if in my understanding, we're thinking this is only a couple of days in a typical school year that students might have extensive exposure to the sun. Do the local districts send information out to the parents ahead of time in advance of, say, a field trip? Hey, we're going to be out in the sun for a long time today. You might want to make sure sunscreen's applied before you arrive at school. Wear a hat. I mean, are there any schools that prohibit the wearing of hats or specific articles of clothing that would, limit exposure to the sun?
Thank you for the question, Representative Pedernal. For the most part, my belief, experience, and understanding is that before anybody's going on a field trip outside for a length of day, yes, there is obviously a permission that goes home specifically for that field trip, but also if there are unusual circumstances where, for example, you might want to put sunscreen on before you come to school kind of thing. Yes, that is all laid out in those kinds of instructions that go home to families. There are some dress code policies and procedures in schools. I believe the majority of them would say if you're wearing a sun hat, for example, outside because we are outside, that is fine. And then when we come inside, you need to take it off. I mean, I think that's the reasonable expectation of those kinds of things. And again, I have not heard of any specific incidences where there has been conflict between staff and students over things like sun hats or sunscreen per se. So I can't really speak to whether or not that's problematic.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. Just sort of processing through all of this, I just think about the products that my children and I have often used, which is essentially skin lotion that also has SPF in it, which is not specifically sunscreen, but it's lotion that has sunscreen protection. Mm-hmm. And is that going to make it so that children who have just regular hand lotion or skin lotion in their bag that includes SPF, I'm just trying to understand, is that currently excluded based on this, or is this, I'm trying to figure out how that fits in.
Thank you for the question, Representative Selig. I mean, I think this speaks to the bill as a whole, which is trying to thread a needle between ensuring that if schools want to allow students to carry their own sunblock, that A, they are protected, first of all, for allowing that, and B, that there's not conflicts that are happening between staff and students over whether or not they should have such things in their backpack. I think a lot of that depends on what age group you're working with and whether or not, having kids with stuff in their backpack, how you're dealing with all of this stuff, never mind just the lotion or the sunblock, just in general, like what kids are having all day long and how you're kind of managing those kinds of things. I think it depends an awful lot on the age of the students, your school community, sort of what your MO is. I mean, I'm not sure this bill, it seems to only apply to public schools, not public charter schools necessarily, or there are a number of charter schools where a lot of their work is outside, with their policies look different than a, more traditional public school. I have no idea. I think it really just depends.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Earlier, we heard that the only way that a child can bring sunblock to school is with a physician's note. The parent can't say it's okay for my kid to carry it, to use it. Do you agree with that?
Thank you for the question, Representative Hall. I could see under the current policy where a school may say that if sunscreen, because currently right now for over-the-counter medications, there is a clause that says that the school nurse may require some sort of licensed provider's note that says that the child can have XYZ over-the-counter medication. That is and again, right now it doesn't specifically call out sunscreen, but for things like Advil, Tylenol. You know, there are times where schools do not want students having that stuff with them necessarily for whatever reasons. Perhaps it only goes through the school nurse, and the school nurse is trying to ensure that, again, we are not applying something to somebody or giving somebody some kind of medication that perhaps they cannot have. So I could see where that may be true in some situations where somebody is asking for a doctor's note. It doesn't require it necessarily for the over-the-counter medication right this minute, but I could see where a school nurse could make a determination, or a school, that any over-the-counter medication that students have requires some sort of doctor's note. And I think if you're looping in sunscreen, that could fall under there currently.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Terry?
So do we in effect then have a situation in which, because a sunscreen is regarded as a medication, that it's caught up under the same concern that is reflected by this regulation, that you not provide students with the ability to carry around Tylenol or some other over-the-counter medication, and have the possibility where a student may overdose with Tylenol, take 25 Tylenols. All right, and so now it's like, well, there should have been a rule, there should have been a law. I mean, should have been some kind of vetting through the school nurse or whatever. Whereas it's virtually inconceivable and almost laughable that anybody would apply so much sunscreen on a particular day that the student's life would be endangered because of having too much sunscreen on. So do you think it's basically what's happening here? It's getting caught up under the fact, because it's labeled as a or regarded as a medication, it's lumped together with all the other over-the-counter medications, in which case there may be a situation in which harm could potentially occur by the overuse of that over-the-counter medication, such as Tylenol. You think it's just getting caught up in this, and so we do have to deal with it in some way, shape, or form?
Thank you for the question, Representative Terry. I don't, again, at the beginning of the school year, I think somebody had mentioned, it's very common at the beginning of the school year when you're doing your beginning of the year forms as a parent that you're checking off, yes, my child can have Tylenol. Yes, my child can have Advil from the school nurse. Yes, my child can use hydrocortisone cream. They can have, Benadryl. If you wanted to add sunscreen or something like that to that list, then you would have some sort of written consent from families that they understand at some point somebody may offer the child some sunscreen or put it on them to protect them. The difference between some of what we're saying is that there's also, in this current bill, it seems, the permission for students to bring in their own sunscreen and put it on themselves whenever they want. So these are not things that are housed at the school nurse, so to speak. I mean, again, depending on the age of the school, of the kids in the school that you're dealing with, I mean, some of these policies might look quite different, those permission forms for a preschool to second grade building, than it's looking for at a high school level. I mean, we do expect at some level rationally that, kids are going to be able at certain ages to make some decisions about, taking Tylenol, for example. I don't know that sunscreen, it's not specifically called out, so it's not excluded necessarily, but it's not included either. So I think the question with this bill is whether or not you want to specifically call out sunscreen. And the whole second part of this bill is about including that in your education, which is a totally different aspect to this bill. I mean, it's one thing to say, kids can, I think several years ago, we added in the students could carry their own inhalers with certain criteria that were met between parent permission and, medical professionals' opinions. If you want to add sunscreen to that, that's fine, but we're not adding education in our health ed curriculum about inhalers. So I think if it's just solely students and schools can adopt this if they want to and decide how to incorporate that into their education, that's one thing. If it's requiring certain things to be included in this policy, then I think you need to look at all the things that are currently included under this policy and sort of what role that plays.
Representative Woodcock?
Madam Chair. Morning, Ms. Wilson, how you doing?
Good morning.
Thank you, good, thank you.
Whoever thought this bill would take the majority of my testimony today. Carry on. Sorry.
Good. I have a question. I know from some of your prior testimony, you spent some time in public schools as a public school employee. I'm concerned, as I was before, about line 23 and 4 on page 1, which deals with the particularly lower grades, 1, 2K and public K and 1, 2, 3, 4, with a teacher or classroom being overwhelmed with, yes, because it says may be done and it says shall be provided by the assistants there. So, I mean, I just see that as I can't assume craziness, how much time will be with recess and then lunch, at lunch, and make sure it's done. In your experience, do you see any problem with that part of the bill?
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock.
day.
I share your concerns about those 3 lines for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's easy for us to imagine a younger student, perhaps preschool, kindergarten, or whatever, requiring assistance to apply their sunscreen and the time that would take. I often use the snow pants example when I'm in front of this committee about time that things take, trying to put snow pants on 20 people when they're, your recess is 20 minutes long. I think you have sort of the flip with this, that if you have permission from parents to be putting sunscreen on students before you go out to recess, for example, depending on what your capacity is to do that, that could use up your entire time. So yes, that's a concern. The second part of that paragraph, though, also says that the assistance shall be provided by appropriate school personnel only with the permission of a pupil's parent or guardian. Right. So when I'm reading that from a school administrator standpoint, am I trying, first of all, to identify who's determining what's an appropriate school personnel? Does it go back to the school nurse? Are we saying, again, that you're going to the nurse and that's the person that's applying the sunscreen? Who's an appropriate personnel that's applying sunscreen? Is it the teacher's aide? Is it the teacher? Are we comfortable with that, with teachers applying the sunscreen? Where is that documentation so that the teacher feels assured as well that that's something that everybody is comfortable with? And then if the child does get a sunburn, how badly are people going to feel? So I think, those kinds of pieces are a little bit confusing.
Follow? Thank you. Just, I think I remember hearing Attorney Christina talk at one point that your association or organization has an annual meeting of all those that participate. Is there something that the intent of this could be just distributed or announced or hand out at your annual preschool conference, saying that the legislature is concerned with, or that all schools be aware of the application and let them make their own local, just bring it up as a highlight? Is that something could maybe handle this?
Thank you for the question, Representative Woodcock. I mean, certainly we provide multiple professional development opportunities for school board members throughout the course of the year, a number of which are focused on legislation that has passed, hasn't passed, things that have happened, what the messages are. So, I mean, certainly this could be covered. I will also say, as a person who has worked in schools for over almost 30 years in this state, we do have students who require help putting on sunblock. It's never been a concern to get written permission from the parent and talk with them about how that's going to happen. Especially if you're working with students who potentially have some pretty intense needs as well, or intensive needs, who need a lot of support regardless of age. This is something that, again, the team is working through how to make sure that the child is protected from the sun. And if you have a school field trip to nature's classroom or the state park or something like that for the day, that is being communicated with families, and families are sending in sunblock with their child's name on it. And we're making sure kids are getting the sunblock put on them as much as you can when you are doing those kinds of things. So I'm not sure, again, it seems like the missing piece this bill is trying to address is whether or not the child can carry it around and put it on themselves whenever they want. That seems to be like and also I think the education piece about infusing this into the curriculum for health and wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anyone have questions for the department? No, we're good. Okay, you're off the hook, Melissa. Any other pink cards for SB 432? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. We're going to take just a 5-minute break before we start the next one. We will open the hearing on Senate Bill 578 relative to play-based curriculum and physical education curriculum. And I welcome Representative Freeman to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the House Education Policy and Administration Committee. That's a mouthful again. For the record, my name is Lisa Freeman. I represent Belknap County, District 8, the beautiful towns of Belmont, Tilton, and Samberton. I come before you today to introduce Senate Bill 578, which is a bill that extends play-based curriculum from kindergarten until third grade, requires recess for all students from kindergarten until 8th grade as a part of physical education curriculum, defines recess as physical activity that promotes fitness and well-being and prohibits the use of electronic devices during recess, specifies that elementary and middle schools may count recess as instructional time, and limits withholding pupils from recess unless a pupil's participation poses a physical safety risk. The prime sponsor of the bill could not be here today, Senator Sullivan, and had asked me to introduce this. I'm open for some questions, not a lot, even though I am a co-sponsor. I've been sick for the past week or so I'm not quite up to speed on what's in this bill, but give it the best shot. I'll give it the best shot that I can. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Yeah, Representative Woodcock?
Madam Chair. Hope you feel better, Representative.
Thank you, Representative.
I'll keep the questions quick and short.
Thank you.
I'm looking at line 11 on page, I don't know if it's 1 or 2, but it's Roman. It's under new paragraph 2. All it's talking about specifically is this being included as part of the physical education curriculum. I'm concerned that if we start to use recess minutes as part of the physical education curriculum, then that would be diminished even further than it is right now in terms of the opportunity for students to get structured physical education.
I'm not sure how to answer that because I didn't hear a question. If you could reframe that so it is a question.
Is that the intent, that this is going to diminish? Is there an impact to the curriculum timeframe?
And I don't believe so. I think actually what this will do is strengthen the time that's spent in physical education by at least allowing recess. Usually the kid, you're a teacher for a long time, Representative, you know that children blow up a lot of steam at recess and they're usually running around with the ball, with each other. So I think it would actually be beneficial if it was counted as some type of the physical education curriculum.
Follow
Follow-up?
Yeah, I agree with you there, Representative. And the extra activity, particularly recess, is terrific. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I have a problem with that physical education is a more structured activity than just running around recess, and I'm afraid that would be diminished within the school curriculum by time.
Yeah, thank you for the point. I don't believe that will occur.
Right.
I don't believe that will. This will augment what's happening in the structured physical education programs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If it's not you, maybe it's the department that can help with this. It's my understanding, and we shared a similar vision in my effort that I kind of brought forward through this body, and I know Senator Sullivan has taken a slightly different approach at recess, but I think you are hearing that there is a desire for increased recess time, but there are also varying other factors that are competing for that time in a learning day. Mm-hmm. So to that extent, my understanding is that at one point the Ed 306 rules did have stipulated in there that a certain amount of time could be considered instructional time with respect to recess, and that during the 306 revisions, that had been changed or amended, and I'm wondering if it's either you or the department at some point could speak to that change.
Oh, Representative Murray, I wish I could speak to that.
Okay, so I'll ask the department.
Yeah,
okay.
But thank you for the question. It's a good point.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much. I'm looking at line 21 to 23, which is section C. It just talks about recess will not include the electronic devices, et cetera, et cetera. Given the bell-to-bell ban of electronics at schools, is that section necessary?
I can't speak for or against that, Representative Selig, but I think it's probably worth reinforcing anything at this point in order to keep it as pure as possible while we're in school. I don't think is a bad thing, but if that is something that you would like to see amended, we can definitely talk to Senator Sullivan.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. There was a concern raised about balancing recess with like a PE class, and I share the same concern, but does line 19 and 20 kind of negate that a bit by saying recess shall not include any time considered instructional time for a physical education class?
Yes, thank you, Representative McDonald. That's a great point, and thank you for pointing that out to me because I didn't see that. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Representative Terry?
Yeah, I think perhaps you've already answered the question through the previous question or questions, but just to be clear here, what I'm trying to wrap my head around here is we already have recess.
Yes, sir.
We already have physical education curriculum.
Yes, sir.
So what's the rationale or the reason for needing to include recess in physical education curriculum if we already have recess and we already have physical education curriculum?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I do believe that the intent of this bill is to use the recess time towards the formal physical education classes. And if you look at recess to include in curriculum. If you look at line 11, where it says the school board shall ensure that recess is included in the physical education curriculum for all students in grades kindergarten through 8th grade. I think that's might be what you're referring to.
Follow? So when I think of curriculum, I think of something that's structured, as with academic course material.
Yes, sir.
Recess, I tend to think of being free play. You can do whatever you want when you're on recess. It's housed as the student or students would determine. At least that's what we did back in my day during recess. But if it has to be considered part of the physical education curriculum, then does that not raise a concern as to how recess might need to be defined and overseen because the word curriculum comes into play?
That's a very good question, Representative. Again, I'm not as versed as Senator Sullivan is on it, but I would assume that recess possesses the same components of physical education as a formal physical education class, such as running, jumping, tossing a ball. I mean, these are some of the attributes that are in a formal physical education curriculum. So to that end, it's not, physical education isn't as formal as an academic curriculum, as a math or a reading or an English, because it involves more of a gross motor skills than it does of more comprehensive and intellectual. So we can ask Senator Sullivan, but I do see where the correlation is and why that would be appropriate to accept as part of the physical education curriculum is parts of recess.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't. Thank you, Representative. I don't see a fiscal note on this, and especially in this budget year where I think every school district is having to make many cuts in their number of personnel that they have. I would imagine doing this would cause a strain on coverage by staff to cover this, and I can't figure out that this would not cost districts money to be able to do this.
Thank you, Representative. You're correct. It doesn't have a fiscal note on it, so I can't speak to that. But we can definitely point it out to Senator Sullivan and see if she can provide some insight on that. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for another question. This bill, while portions of it do address recess, there are other parts of it that actually address instructional aspects, such as curriculum development through guided reading. Guided reading is actually a specific curriculum. And so I am curious to know, with an effective date of 60 days after passage, this would also be requiring an awful lot of whether it is local boards to make a decision on whether or not to adopt a guided reading curriculum or some other curriculum. I'm curious if the intention was to put all of these things together. I understand the intent for the play-based education, but there is a specific reference to a very specific type of curriculum and whether or not that was intended or not.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I can't speak to the intent. I'm not the bill sponsor, but I thank you for that.
Any other questions? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my, actually, I have a couple of questions. Can I take two questions?
Sure.
No, just
The
one.
first one is, were any PE teachers consulted in drafting this legislation?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Were any physical education teachers consulted when drafting this legislation? Do you know? I know you weren't.
I'm sorry, Representative, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can't answer that.
And my second part is, so let's say in my school, PE was 22 days in the year, the middle school. So the rest of the year, they didn't have one. They didn't have, but they had health. And so they had recess all the time. I guess a question I have is, might this result in a school saying, you know what, we have a full-time PE teacher and we have a part-time PE teacher. We're going to get rid of that part-time teacher because, you know, we'll just count recess as part of PE. Might that happen?
Thank you, Representative. I really don't, honestly, number one, I don't think anyone would want to see that happen. Physical education is so important on so many different levels. So I can't speak, I don't think that's ever been the intent of this bill, is to eliminate any positions. I really don't. I would be shocked. And I'm speaking on a personal level. If Senator Sullivan had that intent, I do not think that's the intent of this bill at all.
It could be consequential. Thank you.
Everything could be consequential, but.
Thank you.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. There are some impressions that I have from this bill, and I would like to run them by you, please, as one of the co-sponsors. In reading this, my impression was part of why recess would be considered part of the physical education and part of the actual curriculum instructional time was in a sense to protect recess versus it just being a break for the kids. So this would kind of solidify it as a necessity. And then the second part of it, I could be mistaken, but I'm not sure in state statute that we actually specify how much time each school should be using for physical education. So this might be a great opportunity for us to take a moment to possibly amend this and outline this so that we do protect the PE time, and also we kind of codify that recess time so it's protected as well. And I was curious what your thoughts are on that, Representative.
Again, the first time you introduce a bill, any bill, you're always open for amendments because you want the bill to be as palpable as possible. You want it to be acceptable. So if that is something that needs to be explored, then by all means, let's do it.
Representative Woodruff?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excuse me.
I want to appreciate my representative friend from Salem pointing out the error. However, my concern is now even further because if I look at line 14, it says may count as instructional time, and then I look at line 21 shall not, line 19 shall not include instructional time. So I think there's a conflict in the bill. One saying it can, one saying it can't in the same bill. And the other part that concerns me, Representative, I don't know if this is the intent of your bill, of this bill that you're sponsor of. None of us have talked about it. We understand that the cell phones, the laptops, all that jazz, all that is out. But I'm also aware that many of the kids in middle school, for example, will take recess time to go down to the robotics club or robotics class and work on those types of things. Does that, because this says you can't use anything, not cell phone, laptop, tablets, video games, console devices. So is that a youngster who has, you know, the teacher says, listen, come down during lunch break or a recess break, we'll work, I'll help you work on your robotics project. Or your robotics team can practice. I'm just wondering if that just eliminates that, requires that everything is not that.
No, I don't believe it would, Representative. If you know, recess time is technically free time. What I think the intent by including electronic devices and cell phones is that they shouldn't be out in the recess milieu where all the other children are participating in recess. So I really don't think it would apply to that. But if that is a concern, then again, we can bring it to Senator Sullivan and propose something to amend it. If it needs to be that specific, then sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now remember, I'm not the sponsor of this bill.
Representative Terry?
Keeping in mind that you are not the prime sponsor of this bill,
Thank you, sir.
do you have any idea? Yeah, bills don't come to us just emerging out of a vacuum.
No, that is correct.
They come for some reason or reasons. Are you aware of any problems or opportunities that this bill is seeking to address? For example, if I look at line 24, I can understand that there may be an issue, there might be an issue where students are being denied recess, and we're saying in this bill that we don't want a recess to ever be denied to a student. I remember recess used to be used as a punishment, for talking or writing notes or whatever. So I could understand that. I can surmise that. I can deduce that. But I don't really know if that's where this is coming from. But that's just one small example within this bill where I can apply some degree of reasoning and posit that maybe that's one of the reasons why we have this bill. But for the broader concern here about including recess as part of the physical education curriculum, I'm just sitting here scratching my head. Where did this come from? What's the problem here that's such that we have to even address such a thing?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative. So I cannot speak to the finer details of why Senator Sullivan put this in. However, as someone who was a co-sponsor of the play-based curriculum bill back in 2017, and fortunately it's been passed and it's been utilized, and it's been fairly successful. Expanding it to the third grade is not a bad idea. Play-based curriculum is definitely shown to have a huge amount of value, and it goes into a lot of detail about that. Do I know that denial of recess has been used as a punitive measure for some students? Sure, I do know that. As far as electronic devices, I would imagine at this point it's not as big of an issue as it was in the past. But most schools, as Representative Hall pointed out, only have PE for 1 quarter. Is that right? Every year? So in the interim, they do have recess, but why not use that towards their physical education curriculum? It kind of serves a dual purpose. So again, I cannot speak to the much finer points that you brought up about the intent of the bill, but I'm just supposing that's why.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also did notice, and I just want to be very clear here, I do see a small concern that I have, at least in this this bill. There's nothing even carving out special education or IEP or devices that would be used on a playground for those types of accommodations. So I just want to bring that to your attention that there's nothing here in that. So that's one of the concerns that I have.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. No, I have so much.
Representative Nodder.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I had my grandkids all weekend, so my glasses are not with me. They're somewhere else. So if I need to see, I'm gonna have to wear these. I'm Janine Nodder. I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough 12. I'm here in strong support of the play-based curriculum and robust physical education in our schools. I was supposed to be a co-sponsor, but believe it or not, there was an issue with the system. These are stuck on my necklace, so I'm not gonna be able to wear these either. All right. For me, this is not an abstract policy discussion. It is something I have seen work firsthand. My best friend from childhood earned her master's degree specifically in play-based education, and throughout her career, she has seen remarkable results. Children learn more deeply, behave more appropriately, and stay engaged when learning feels natural and interactive. So an example, her name is Lisa Van Proyen, and she gives all the students a little slinky. They learn their syllables with the slinky. So Saturday, Saturday. So any word, they use the slinky to learn and it works. Also, growing up, my mother was a teacher's aide who understood the power of joy in learning. She used songs, movement, and playful methods long before it was fashionable, and her students thrived. They remembered more, they participated more, and they felt confident in the classroom. And then the other teachers would look and say, why are they're running the word bicycle and they're doing this? B-I-C-Y-C-L-E. So anything fun to make it work. I grew up, I learned how to spell Saturday from the song by the Bay City Rollers. Anybody else? Oh, I got some left. Good. Some other people are old like me. Oklahoma, I learned how to spell that from the musical. We know today what good educators have known for generations. Children are not designed to sit still for hours, staring at electronic devices. Physical activity improves attention, emotional regulation, and academic outcomes. A strong physical education curriculum is not a luxury, it's a foundational to healthy brain development. And this I can attest to as a former fitness professional. I know that physical activity helps get the oxygen to the brain. So even all of us as adults, sometimes when you get weary, you just need to roll your eyes around, just get some movement going. Or if you've been sitting for many hours, bring your hands behind your back, interlace the fingers, pull your shoulders back and look up. And that really helps relieve a lot of stress from sitting. So I was listening to your questions. I can't answer all of them. You have to save them for Senator Sullivan, who's one of my best friends as well. I have in my notes here the Macarena. My sister is also a teacher, recently retired. She would have the kids do the Macarena at recess time. They would also choreograph songs. There was one, I can't remember who the song was, but in one part you can hear them hit a baseball. So all the kids, they do this little dance and hit the baseball right at the right time. I would miss it if she hadn't pointed it out to me. Or just getting up to stretch, running to the fence and back. So for these reasons, I urge you to support policies that protect and expand play-based curriculum and meaningful physical education. Our children deserve an education that reflects how they actually learn best. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Notter. One of the things that I'm thinking about intentionally is Howard Gardner's theories of multiple intelligences. And I think that's kind of what you're referring to when you're talking about how children learn through different modalities. And so as teachers in their craft, I think that is a component of education that gets woven into multiple levels of education, whether you're at the littlest guys from pre-K all the way up to middle school and high school. I memorized the first 18 presidents with a mnemonic device. So it happens. So I am curious about whether or not this is conflating two separate things, recess and instruction, actual instructional theories. And so I'm curious if you had any thoughts about whether or not, because like to Representative Terry's point, unstructured play at recess is not necessarily an instructed opportunity, whereas in the classroom, when you're using those Howard Gardner's theories of multiple intelligences, those would be intentionally woven into your learning day.
So the question was what?
I'm just, do you see that there might be a little bit of a conflict here in what is being asked within the legislation?
No, I don't think there's a conflict. I think it's a good idea.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I don't think anyone here disagrees that children need recess time. I think we have all had enough conversations about the value of recess and unstructured play. I come back to some of the questions about the standards of teaching for kindergarten through third grade, and wondering how much of this is more recommendations for the JLCAR committee in terms of rules around some of these things rather than essential legislation. And, Representative Murray earlier brought up about guided reading, for example, as a very specific curriculum. And I know from my experiences teaching kindergartners that some of my children learn very well from guided reading instruction, but some of my kids would never have learned that way at all. And it was finding a different strategy that worked to them. And so I just wonder whether the goal here is really about the physical movement or whether it's about structuring education. And I'm getting a bit confused because they do seem to be both included in this bill. Elements about recess, and play-based curriculum versus phys ed, which is a very different, very structured component.
Well, I'm not really sure how to answer you. That's a question that's better asked of the bill sponsor, Senator Sullivan, but I do remember Senator Sullivan was a freshman legislator in the House. That's where she started out, was when we first had the conversation about play-based education and when it first passed.
May I ask a follow-up? Sure. So I understand the goal of play-based education. Again, I was a kindergarten teacher, and one of my favorite things was my solar system unit, where I had my kids running around being a solar system on the field. And the kid who was Pluto was really, really tired, and the kid who was Mercury was pretty relaxed. But this is talking about both play-based and physical education curriculum, and seems to be putting recess into physical education curriculum, where recess really ought to be unstructured play and not part of physical education curriculum. So I'm wondering whether the intent is really to focus more on increasing play-based curriculum or to preserve recess in order, and because they both seem to be included in this bill. So as they almost seem to me to be two separate components.
This bill has already passed the House of Lords, the Senate. There might be in their notes, maybe you can refer back to their notes from the hearing and see if that came up then.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Jazokis.
As Michael takes a seat, he did distribute testimony earlier, which I passed out to everyone this morning. So hopefully everyone has a copy.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Michael Jazokis. I'm an 11th grader at Brewster Academy in Wolfboro. I recently published an op-ed in the Concord Monitor about Senate Bill 578. Today, I wanted to explain why this policy matters for students sitting in the classroom right now. I was diagnosed with dyslexia and ADHD in the first grade. For a student like me, reading for long stretches can feel like running a marathon in a straitjacket. By mid-morning, my mind is overheating. Recess is not a luxury, it's a cognitive lifeline. When it's taken away, stress rises, focus collapses, and everything I try to learn begins to slip away. Neuroscience shows that stress floods the brain with cortisol, impairing memory and focus. You cannot learn when your brain is in survival mode. When a teacher keeps a dyslexic student inside to catch up, they are not helping that student learn, they are asking an exhausted runner to keep going without water. But the impact is not only academic. Recess is where friendships begin, alliances form, and where inside jokes are born. From my desk, I watched classmates exchange high fives and negotiate games I could not join in. In a digital world where disagreements can be resolved with a block button, the playground is one of the few places left where children must practice compromise. You cannot block someone who wants to play a different game. You negotiate, you argue, and you learn that fairness matters and your actions affect others. The playground is the first public square. When schools keep neurodivergent students inside, they are not just limiting learning, they are removing them from the very place where cooperation and tolerance are practiced. Senate Bill 578 ensures that recess cannot be taken away as a bargaining chip. It protects a basic support that students like me rely on to learn, connect, and succeed. I respectfully ask the committee to recommend this bill as ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Would you be willing to take questions?
Yes.
Sure. Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michael, for being here. Your op-ed is very well written and your presentation is very strong. So it appears that you found a way that works for you to learn. And I'm curious, now being in high school, is there anything your school is doing well that we should look at for other people? Because I know high school is exempted from this bill. Or any suggestions for how we can incorporate recess or play-based education or something to the extent for older students in high school?
Thank you for your question. My school has a year-round sports, so we have sports for every part of the year, and our lunch time is also 50 minutes long, which is very well. I will go and eat lunch with my friends, and then I'll go for a walk around campus and stop by the pool to play some pool games, and then I'll head off to class. And the year-round sports system is also wonderful because I can exercise and then do homework afterwards.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Kluger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. As an educator, I had researched a lot about yoga and school districts across the country that are using yoga for students to start their day. What would you have thought of that if that was incorporated in your school?
Thank you for your question. That is an interesting idea. I don't know where you'd fit that in the morning schedule, as I do think that sleep is a very valuable component of the day.
Representative Selig.
Thank you so much for being here today and for your very brave testimony. I really admire it. So the part of this bill that addresses recess, I think we all agree recess shouldn't be taken away from anyone. Were you aware that the first part of the bill had to do with curriculum for K-3? Did you see that portion as well? And
Yes,
feelings about that portion?
It's not my favorite part of the bill, but I do love the part that doesn't restrict recess.
Thank you.
Representative Paterno?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I live in Wolfboro and represent Wolfboro and Tuftonboro. What school did you go to for elementary school?
I used to live in Mass. I went to St. Augustine's.
Thank you very much.
Representative Terry?
If as we work this bill through, we recognize what appears to be an emerging bifurcation between including it in public education curriculum and preserving and ensuring the right to free play and recess. If the public education component requirement were just to disappear from the bill, but the other components of the bill were to be retained, would you be okay with that, or would you be devastated?
Thank you for your question. I think as long as we're having time outside during lunch that is not contained inside the cafeteria where kids are running around, talking with friends, and playing games, it's fine.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you for your time.
Chrissy West?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Chrissy West. I'm a doctor of physical therapy who has been working in New Hampshire public schools for the past 15 years. I'm also a mom of 2 children in our public school system and a state chapter leader for Say Yes to Recess. I want to start by saying that both as a parent and as someone who works in public schools every day, I support SB 578. Play-based learning and guided play in the early years are developmentally appropriate and strongly supported by research. However, I'm here today to speak primarily on the recess portion of this bill. Right now, schools are being asked to do more than ever before. Teachers are balancing rigorous academic expectations with increasingly complex behaviors and social needs, while also trying to support the foundational skills that learning depends on, all within limited time and resources. At the same time, many of the opportunities for children to build these executive functioning and social emotional skills have decreased. There is significantly more screen time, more structured family schedules, higher academic demands at younger ages, and less unstructured play. Regardless of where those changes originate, teachers are the ones navigating the impact of this every day in their classroom. They are being asked to meet academic goals while also addressing the gaps in the very skills that make learning possible. Recess and unstructured play offer a research-supported universal way to address these needs. They give children consistent opportunities to move, interact, make decisions, and regulate themselves so they can build the skills we're asking them to use throughout the school day. This is true for all children. I see this professionally, and I hear it at my own dinner table. Even children who are consistently meeting expectations are working hard to manage the amount of time they are expected to sit and sustain attention. We know from research that young brains can only process so much before they need a break. When that limit is reached, attention drops and learning becomes less effective. And this is where we see the disconnect. A student who needs movement and play, the most often, are the ones who lose access to it. When a student struggles with attention, regulation, or peer interaction, it can be interpreted as a lack of effort or even disrespect, when in reality, it often reflects skills that are still developing. This is especially true for students with IEPs and 504 plans, who often have the greatest need for movement and regulation. When we take away recess, we take away one of the most natural ways children build these skills. There is no evidence that supporting recess improves behavior. There is no evidence that removing recess improves behavior, but there is strong evidence that access to recess supports it. I also want to highlight the importance of keeping recess screen-free. Children already spend large portions of their day on devices, and there's growing concern in the research about the impact this has on attention, regulation, and overall development. As both a parent and a professional, I strongly support keeping recess free from electronics. That time should be protected for movement, social interaction, and real-world play. The only exception should be when a device is required as part of a student's IEP or 504 plan, and I do believe that should be added into this bill. Before I finish, I want to point out one last important part of SB 578. Recess and physical education should be complementary to one another, but should never replace each other. Physical education is a structured class focused on promoting physical literacy. Recess, on the other hand, should remain unstructured and intrinsically motivating. Physical education is a great opportunity to introduce skills in games that can then be made available during recess for children to engage in if they choose to do so. Ultimately, if we want students to meet the expectations we are setting, we need to give them the time and opportunity to build the skills that learning depends on. Thank you for your time, and I'm willing to try to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. I think we have heard and agree that recess should never be taken away as a punitive measure. But more broadly speaking, do you find that the pressures for academic improvement and excellence are somehow impinging upon recess and unstructured play such that it needs to be protected because it's under attack?
Absolutely. Over the last several years, we see recesses being cut all across the country. There's lots of different factors for that, but there's such pressure from schools and administrators to excel in the academic area that we are forgetting about how the brain develops, and we're expecting children to sit for way longer than what they're able to do. And in result, we see a lot of children acting out, looking for the peer connection, social stuff. They're losing attention, they're going off task behaviors and all of those things.
Well, so just to be clear, there is evidence out there that recess and unstructured play are under threat, and it's actually being reduced or eliminated in schools.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. Again, similar to the question I asked our young testifier, where we all clearly support the idea of having protected recess, but this bill also talks about early childhood play-based curriculum. Do you see this as one bill, or really as two separate issues that need to be addressed potentially in two separate components, where one is about how we teach young children? Personally, I'm a fan of the creative curriculum, since I know the author and have since I was 2, but versus the need to protect recess. And so I'm just curious about the distinction between those two components of this one bill.
Yeah, I believe that they are two separate components. I agree with play-based learning. I'm not the expert in that. I'm a play-based therapist, but as for being in the academics, I do think that is different than recess.
Yeah. Any other questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Regarding the recess end of everything, I completely agree. I personally think that the children that need recess the most are the ones that are being held back from it, and that's not okay. That being said, I have a couple of questions. One is, how do I get one of those T-shirts? And two, when it comes to the play-based learning, and I'm asking you this because you've been in the schools, how do we measure something like that? Or how do we put that into play, so to speak?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not a classroom teacher, so I cannot answer that. I know how I incorporate academics into my play-based sessions, even as a physical therapist. We're always working on letters, counting, those types of things while we're working on our gross motor skills. I don't know how a teacher adequately measures that. And I think there's a disconnect in that when I talk to the teachers, because they're still required to take specific data that the school wants to collect, although it isn't always reflected in the teachings. But again, I'm not the expert on that.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking my question. Wouldn't you agree that just like in your craft and your professional craft, that in the craft of education, people who are experts in that field, weaving those concepts of whether it's play-based or multiple intelligences being utilized through the learning experience, that is something that teacher education programs provide for their for their teacher ed candidates to learn, to practice, to mentor, to try on in practicum experiences. So really to your question, Representative Litchfield, I am curious, like Representative Selly said, if maybe we're not conflating two different things here and really focusing on those two things separately might be more helpful.
I would agree with that. And I'd also point out that recess should be unstructured play, where my understanding for play-based curriculum is more guided play.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deborah House. Sorry, Deborah, I noticed your note a little
It's
late.
okay. I rearranged the order I'm doing things, so yeah, I'll be phoning into a meeting from the road. Hands-free. Anyway, good morning. My name is Deborah House. I'm president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and we represent about 3,500 members across the state, mostly in K through 12 public education, as well as university faculty and lecturers and public employees. And we are parents and grandparents of many school children in New Hampshire. I am here to say we think that both recess and play-based learning are actually wonderful ideas. We know that research supports them, but we cannot support this bill because there are some huge deficiencies in the bill. They are well-intentioned. We know kids need recess, they need to move around, they need to have a chance to get the wiggles out. I come from elementary school. They need to get that energy out, come back in, and be ready to learn again afterwards. But this is indeed conflating two things. Play-based learning, which also is well supported in the research as a good way to instruct young children, is not something that can be well done in all our schools, particularly given the financial constraints we have. Play-based learning is a great way to work with young children, and I don't know the research up through third grade, so I would have to do a little more research on this myself. But it works best in groups, in class sizes. That's the teacher to the number of students in their class, actually in front of them in the room that they're teaching, of 13 to 17 kids. We don't have that in most of the elementary schools in this state. So unless you're going to be providing a lot more resources, it's really not appropriate to be suggesting that because you don't want to do it poorly. You don't want to be asking teachers to do something and then not giving them the tools to do it well. That's setting everyone up for failure and robbing kids of the opportunity they should be getting. So while it's a good practice, don't ask us to do something we can't do. So recess requires adult supervision. And if you can't provide that, what you're doing is giving kids unstructured time. And particularly in elementary school, those unstructured times are where you have the most conflicts and the most bullying going on. It's in the hallways, it's on the bus, because the bus driver is busy driving the bus. It's at the bus stop, and it's at recess. That's where you have the most bullying problems. So if you're going to make sure that, everyone has protected recess and you're extending it up to 8th grade, which in many places you don't have recess in middle school, you're going to increase the opportunities for kids who haven't figured out how to socialize civilly with each other yet, because they're still kids and learning. You're going to increase the chances for conflict. You need to provide supervision. And with all the places where we have seen cutbacks in recent years in staff, in teachers, in paraeducators, unless you're going to provide funding so there are adults to supervise this so they can redirect conflict, not direct the play. Kids need to learn how to play, but someone needs to be watching them. So when you see something brewing in that corner over there by the tree, you can go over there and step in before it turns into either a full-fledged physical fight or even worse, an emotional bullying situation that could be hours of your school day taken down from learning or maybe even days, because now you've got a situation. And then, of course, the impact on the students because they carry that with them. Many middle schools don't currently have recess. If you wanted to add this, it would require them to rearrange their schedules and maybe cut out electives, maybe cut out intervention time, additional time for teaching those students who are struggling in math and learning. The bill would take effect in just 60 days after passage, which would be unrealistic for schools to be able to rearrange the staff they have to cover recess, for elementary schools to make the necessary changes to adopt play-based learning. And you'll be asking the staff you have to make major changes, even if they think play-based learning is wonderful. I know a lot of my colleagues do think play-based learning is wonderful. But the curriculum we have is not a play-based curriculum. And you'll be asking us to make a huge change in 60 days. And if you want to go to play-based learning, you got to talk about the assessment and accountability system, because that is based on a lot of testing. And I got to say, high-performing countries like Finland don't do a lot of testing in elementary school. If you want to have a full conversation about what really should be going into our public education system and what high-performing countries do, let's have a full conversation. Let's get all the stakeholders around a table and have a complete conversation about this. Because we should have teachers at the table for this conversation. We should have administrators at the table for this conversation. We should have parents at the table for this conversation, as well as policymakers. Because we could come up with something that's a lot more respectful of what students need, of what young children need, so they can learn and thrive, and design something a lot better than what we've ended up with year after year of trying to fix things without everyone being at the same table talking together. So for these reasons, we have to urge you, unfortunately, as much as we like some of the ideas in it, with all the pieces in place, it won't work. And it's really just going to cause harm in the long run. We have to urge you to ITL this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One of the things that I heard you saying was, obviously getting ahead of conflict, but part of education is also modeling expected behaviors. And even if I wasn't, in recent other testimony with respect to other pieces of legislation, I've heard of school staff reductions in the 20s. And that has obviously some serious implications, but along with that also is a discussion about adequate funding, as you mentioned. So my question to you would be, would you be seeking an opportunity for a study commission, a committee, a conversation? Or what would your ultimate, when you said an adequate conversation, what would that look like?
An adequate conversation could be a study commission, but let's not just look at play-based learning. Let's also look at accountability and assessment. Let's look at elementary, or do you want to look at elementary through 8th? I mean, if we're going to redesign the system, let's redesign it with students at the center, but also the workforce in mind.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So seeing as we're ed policy and not ed funding, I just want to start where I think we agree, and we both agree, or we all agree, that recess is essential, and that play-based learning, it sounds like it's effective.
It can be effective if you have the resources to do it properly. If you overwhelm the teacher with too many students and you can't meet the students' needs, and you end up with chaos.
So may I follow up? Okay, so you had mentioned 60 days would not be an appropriate effective date. Would you be thinking July 1, or would you be thinking start of the school year?
To transition to play-based learning without the staff in place, without the materials, without training for those who don't have it?
Yeah.
Do you want to set people up for failures? Would be my question to you.
My question to you is, do we want children to have more recess?
Oh, more recess. Okay. You followed up with the play-based learning.
Yes.
Well, again, are you going to have recess monitors there? Are you going to have money to pay them? Or are you going to ask staff who are already overworked, and there are cutbacks currently in process in many districts? How are we going to make sure there are people on the playground to monitor recess? You can't just let the kids run around without an adult out there supervising them. I can't be plainer than that. The answer doesn't change if you ask the question again.
Any other questions?
Answer it.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Don LaValle?
Good morning. Thank you for the time to testify today. I am going to keep it fairly short because I mostly want to talk about the recess portion of it, and I hear there's a lot of consensus. I just want to share a little bit. So I'm a resident of Henniker, New Hampshire, and I'm the Associate Director of Playworks New England. So we partner with schools and have been for about 20 years across New England on recess and on play in the school day, increasing physical activity and chances for students to play together. We are part of a national organization that operates all across the country. And really, so like I mentioned, I'm focusing today my support on the recess portions of this bill. In particular, I wanted to respond a little bit to Representative Terry's question earlier about maybe the need behind some of the pieces, particularly, sorry, let me find in my notes where I was. I think particularly the removal of recess, I know can seem an extreme. The ban on removal of recess can seem an extreme measure for some, but we see the negative impact of this, of recess removal at our partner schools all around the country every day. I personally have seen entire classrooms lose recess for a week at a time based on the behavior of one or two students in very recent years, as well as something I can't outline as well as Michael did earlier, but lots of students with challenges in the classroom that translate into them missing recess. You might remember I was here in front of you when the House recess bill was here and shared a story of a student that I worked with who had been diagnosed with ADHD and lost a lot of recess, where we were able to get him a leadership role at recess, and it made a really big difference. So there is a different way that we can approach that. And typically the way that it impacts the school day when recess is removed in that way is negative for more students than were initially involved in the whatever behavior was happening. I know this doesn't happen everywhere, but it often happens at schools that are already struggling the most, and the impacts can be even more severe there. So do want to make sure that that is in place. The other piece I wanted to mention was around screens. I know there is the bell-to-bell ban on things. The place we see this the most often is indoor recess. A lot of times indoor recess happens. It happens a lot in New England sometimes. And one of the options at indoor recess is just to be on the Chromebook. And that is often the option a student will choose if it is given to them. And there are plenty of other ways to engage with their fellow students in the classroom rather than spending that time on the screen. So I do think that's an essential piece for that reason. And then finally, on the reduction of recess, this is something that we see across the country. There is some data around the average recess time for elementary schools being about 15 to 20 minutes right now. I do think it's slightly higher in New Hampshire, which is great, but it's definitely, when we need to cut 2 or 3 minutes here or there, that's a lot of times where it will happen. And I will share that there are some major districts across the country who have completely eliminated recess at some point. Most of them have it back now, which is great. But Providence, Rhode Island for a little while had no recess, as well as most Chicago public schools for a while had no recess. Again, most of it's brought back now, but some of that was as a result of having to pass a state law on the back end of that after somebody got rid of it. So that's just some personal things I wanted to share, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I do realize that there are some considerations where, let's say, younger children in the winter months need help with their snow clothes. So I get that's up here, just in general. I'm curious, you were talking about recess, if I heard you correctly, it's maybe 15 or 20 minutes per day. Have there been any studies done that show whether it's best to have recess once a day or twice a day? Or I've even heard of schools in this state, one school in particular, where the children could arrive up to 30 minutes early. They would get the play, plus they would get it at lunchtime. Do you have any thoughts on any of that?
Yeah, I don't know all the research all that well on the timing. Our philosophy has always been we are going to make the best of whatever recess time a school has. So that's been our focus. I know there is some research around the amount of time needed for a student to fully engage in whatever play they're engaging in and get the most out of that. And I want to say it's about half an hour at a time to really get into it. It could be longer than that. Don't quote me on it, but it's out there. Yeah.
Representative Selig?
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. Do you see a specific connection between the play-based curriculum versus recess as being part of the same bill?
Thank you for your question. I don't necessarily. Obviously, as Playworks, we love play in the school day, but the recess portion is really what I was focused on.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, folks. Can you refresh me on what the requirements are for recess in New Hampshire by grade level?
Thank you for the question. To my knowledge, there are no current requirements in New Hampshire for recess.
Thank you.
Representative Nato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you, with kids with the structure, the math, the science, and all that stuff, even with the athletic part of it, it's all structured. With the recess part of it, they just go blow off with steam, build relationships with other kids. Do you see, when they come back, do you see a cognitive incline as far as just getting the blood going and busting off the steam and coming back and wanting to learn? I know they want to stay on recess. I did it a lot. So, but do you see a better improvement in their relationship? They want to come back and they're happy?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Absolutely. Students come back to the classroom more ready to learn when they've been out, especially outside, gotten that fresh air, gotten the chance to run around. I do know there are behavioral issues that can come up and cause conflicts and things. That's what we work on when I say we're trying to make the best out of whatever recess the school has, right? So systems that need to be set up. But yeah, the increases participation in class as well as just general cognitive engagement in the classroom.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chesley Marvin?
Hi, thanks for having me again, folks. I did not prepare anything super formal for you today. I spent the afternoon yesterday in the ER with my daughter getting stitches because her daughter whacked her in the head with a water bottle. So I am the embodiment of the stressed out parent who's not giving their kids the amount of outdoor time that they need every day. I'm passing out a handout that you folks already have received from us when you heard the House bill come up, but this is the LINK project done out of Texas Christian University down in Texas, and they do some amazing work. I'm also here to read a snippets of a letter from Dr. Ramstetter, who is the author of the American Academy of Pediatrics Statement on Recess. She's a founding member of the Global Recess Alliance and has 18 years of research and experience with schools. So these are two bodies of work from researchers who have dedicated their entire lives to studying recess and its improvements on academic outcomes and behavioral and mental health in children. I just want to take a second to address some of the other things that I've heard. The benefit of going closer to last is that I have a lot more to say about everything that's come up before. I just wanted to be clear that New Hampshire does not have any current laws, and the only guideline that it has in the 503 rules is to that recess may count as instructional time. What Representative Murray was saying earlier in her question about how it was amended in 2025, it used to state that you may count up to 30 minutes of recess as instructional time. That time piece has been removed, and now it just says recess may count as instructional time, which can work in our favor. Of course, we can count as much recess as we want as instructional time, but we also are not giving any recommendations about how much children should be having during the day. So it's a wild, wild west out there, and I think the intention of this bill is to provide at least some form of guideline around recess, whether it's time-based or not. This one is not. Our bill that we presented to you previously that this committee decided was ITL, unfortunately, did make the important statement that time is an important piece, right, of having quality recess. And to some previous comments that I heard before, there is a lot of research out there about quality recess, and particular this one that I'm about to read to you, the LINK project. They implemented 15-minute recess, 4 15-minute recesses daily for a total of 60 minutes without extending the school day or reducing instruction minutes. And the academic achievements outpaced comparison schools as well as their own historical trends. But there was also a second study conducted with the same protocols, but for 5-minute recesses daily, that also showed a significant decline in students' cortisol levels after 3 months, while students in comparison schools showed an elevation in cortisol levels. So what I'm getting at here is that time is a big component, but something is better than nothing. So what I want to ask of you guys today, because you've heard a lot of nuance from me in the past, you could hear more nuance from me and everyone else, but my core question is, what can we do today to move the needle to help these kids, to help our children on the things that we all agree are necessary? So I've heard a lot of like, we all agree this is recess is worth doing. We all agree it shouldn't be taken away. We all agree on these fundamental, essentially rights of the children and things that will help our teachers and administrators. And I really commend Ms. Howes for speaking on the realities of what it's like to be an administrator. But I challenge, why are we hearing so much, I can't do this? And why aren't we hearing more, how can we make this happen? When we were drafting the House bill, we did have plenty of conversations with administrators and teachers and parents alike who are in support of this. And not everybody has the time to come and speak. And I guarantee you there are plenty of administrators out there who think this is a no-brainer. Why aren't we doing this for our children? But there are so many pressures coming, especially around the testing and the academic performance, that their hands are tied unless the school board acts. But the school board feels their hands are tied. So the buck has to stop somewhere, and we can make something happen for our children. Now, I wanted to address a couple other things. I think, Rep. Terry, you had some awesome questions recess is not currently protected. I think that's the entire purpose of this bill. And specifically, I don't want to speak for the prime sponsor, but I know that the punishment piece was very important to her. I think that's a very important piece to everybody. And I also agree with everybody who came before me and said that PE and recess are separate concepts and should be considered separately. And then specifically in the text of this bill, I don't take issue with anything except for line 11 and 12 that say recess is included in physical education curriculum. I personally believe that was just a bit of sloppy wording, and that maybe it was to be physical activity. Recess should be considered in the whole physical activity of a school, because later down, as people have pointed out on line 19 and 20, recess shall not include any time considered instructional time for a physical education class. That line I think is fantastic. I think we can remove the previous 11 and 12 wording, make improvements to that, and have a very viable bill. Again, I'm speaking on the recess part primarily. And then that, I just want to be clear, does not conflict with any ed rules about recess counting as instructional time. It can count as instructional time, and this is just reinforcing that. The tech piece, I think everyone has addressed. Okay, so if I may, I'd like to read a few passages from this letter from Dr. Ramstetter, which you all should have in your inboxes from before, but I will send out again after I do whatever else I need to do today. In the AAP policy statement, we state unequivocally that cognitive processing and academic performance depend on regular breaks from concentrated classroom work. Recess is a complement to, but not a replacement for, physical education. Both have the potential to promote activity and a healthy lifestyle. Only recess, particularly unstructured recess, provides the creative, social, and emotional benefits of play. Recess is essential to children's academic success and a productive use of time. When we learn something new, it's a fragile idea that is immediately subject to forgetting, held very tentatively in the brain. This speaks to what that previous high school student actually spoke very eloquently about. And this is based on actual academic neuro research. In the memory center as a weak memory trace and can be retained only if it's strengthened. To solidify that memory trace, our brains require there to be a period of rest without additional input to the mind, where concentrated learning is suspended to allow the brain to go through the mechanics of solidifying the memories and preparing them for long-term storage later during sleep. And further, recess is different than in-class brain breaks or other active learning strategies for two important reasons. Recess is self-directed, allowing children to explore, create, interact, and move in ways that some do not experience at any other time during their day, and recess has no outcome to measure. It occurs outside of the classroom and ideally outside. And I also, on that point, previously in the Senate hearing, something had come up from, if you guys do go back and watch that, people had discussed, well, you know, why are schools required to do everything? Why is this not on, why are the parents not the ones responsible for taking their kids out after school? And I want to stress that it's everybody, right? It takes a village. So yes, parents have a responsibility to do the right thing by their children, take them outside after school on weekends, if at all possible. We can't control what people's home lives are like, and we can't control what circumstances there may be. Maybe it's winter and there is no more daylight after school. Maybe the parents work 2 jobs and they can't get their kid to school on time for the extra recess in the mornings and that kind of thing. And so if we can control what we can do in schools, and we know that this is affecting our children's learning and is the best thing for them to do, why would we not put the policies in place to ensure the success of every student? And lastly, she says, by passing a bill like this into law for New Hampshire, you make being outside and physically active an expected part of schooling for students in the Granite State. You will make learning and teaching and being at school better. You will be leading your school systems to function in ways that ensure all students are not only rigorously challenged in their schooling. They're also given times to just be kids, to elevate the joy of schooling and learning, and to be prepared to meet the challenges of life beyond school. And I will leave you with that, and I will absolutely take questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards on SB 578? We will close.
Chairman Lowell, just a quick, I see the department's here. I just have a quick question about the play-based component that has been brought up.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Good afternoon, Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support, Department of Education.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So my question is in the first part of the bill, where it expands the play-based learning from kindergarten to third grade, and what the actual impact would that be on schools and the curriculum, because they don't do that right now. So could you just give a brief idea of what that might look like?
So when that section of law was passed, it was August of 2018 that became effective, and it was written specifically regarding all of the play-based kindergarten. It was focused on that, so that was put into statute then. At that time, there was the components in there, and it was specific to kindergarten, so there's that piece of it. There's also lines 7 and 8 that I wanted to bring to your attention. Educators shall develop literacy through guided reading and shall provide unstructured time for the discovery of each child's individual talents, abilities, and needs. My understanding, and I wasn't at the department at this time, but it was written during a time where we didn't have a lot of information about science of reading. I think now, with everything we know about science of reading, if we're going to look at making any type of amendments to this part of law, we should strike that out, because we shouldn't be putting in guided reading specifically. So I think it gets tricky then, because there's also the sentence before that that talks about child-directed experiences based upon early childhood best teaching practices and play-based learning that compromise, and then it goes on to talk about those other components. The piece about third grade, do we consider that early childhood? Not necessarily. Early childhood is more, when we're speaking about preschool and kindergarten. What impact that would have at the local level, I'm not really sure, because that would be kind of up to them of how to implement it. But I think if we're going to open this up, let's fix it and make it so that we take out the piece about the guided reading part, because I don't think that then is in alignment with the laws we have later on in the 200s regarding dyslexia and science of reading.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So if we can go, I know that we're talking about two separate things. I understand you're the department and the State Board of Education is the State Board of Education. But with regard to Ed 306s and the revisions that happened that did take out the 30 minutes, that it said up to 30 minutes of recess could be counted towards instructional time. Do you have any insight as to why that was stricken under previous leadership, or in what direction the thoughts were going at that moment to have removed that?
So the piece I have in there, yes, elementary schools may count recess as instructional time for pupils in kindergarten through 6th grade. And then the timing piece, I'm not sure what the logic behind that was. Maybe if it was to allow at the local level to make an interpretation about however they wanted to do it.
Paula?
Thank you. And so in this bill specifically, I do believe that we're talking about two fundamentally different pieces or parts of things. We're talking about recess, and then we're talking about curriculum. If we understand some of the other testimony that we heard today about various competing factors of educational requirements, when we're talking about our youngest learners having the opportunity to have as much time as possible on the playground, experiencing unstructured play before they go back into those, really, it's a lot of heavy brain work that's happening in those moments. is there something specific that you could think of that could get us to a place where there is a declarative statement on some sort of time or protected time for recess for students, rather than having it removed entirely out of rules?
So I was looking at the rule section, and that was 306. I'm going to go and jump a little bit ahead to 310.04. That's components of a developmentally appropriate daily physical activity policy. This rule requires each local school board to include a minimum, and then it goes on to list a bunch of things about, developmentally appropriate physical daily activity policies that have to be adopted by the school board. So in those, that's, the policy that the school board then adopts, and they're responsible for ensuring that it's implemented in the schools. And one of the pieces is encourage physical activity, recess periods. I think you could get around a way of putting it into the rules as opposed to amending RSA 189.25. It's kind of I don't want to say strange, but sticking that in that part of the law is, I'm just a little bit questioning why it would go there, because that's the section of law where we're talking about studies, and we're going to amend the section that talks about school board shall ensure health education, physical education, importance of exercise, wellness taught as pupils as part of the curriculum. And then it goes into list all the things that have to be taught: physiology, hygiene, health, interpersonal relationships, physical education, wellness, sexual violence, child abuse. And it goes in, and then we've got financial literacy instruction. And then we're going to put in, after financial literacy instruction, the school board shall ensure recess is included in physical education curriculum. I mean, maybe it's better off amending Roman numeral 2 if we're going to start to talk about physical education curriculum and what that, because you already have a section there that's going in and digging into what you want to see in health education and physical education. So adding another Roman numeral 4 after that, I don't know if that's what you want to do. And I'm just trying to get into just, I know we're doing a lot of work of just making sure that anything that we are writing, anything new that we're amending, like, let's go in and make it clean and make it so that it's just not kind of shoved in there. And I'm not saying that that was the intent. I think that they looked at that and said, let's put it there. But I think we could work it in a way that could be, just ensure that we're consistent.
Follow up? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And so I think with respect to this, I am curious to know if we, 60 days to me is not an appropriate enough of time for a district, or do you see something as, maybe 2027, 2028? I don't know. What would be more achievable than 60 days? Because, I mean, currently we're asking educators in the middle of either a contract or some sort of...
Usually when any changes made to actual curriculum, we usually recommend a year. But again, I mean, this bill is codifying the definition of recess. Do you want to codify that? That's up to, of course, your discretion, but codifying recess and then putting that into the studies section, I mean, yes, they are two very separate things.
Representative Selig. Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. Just given the number of different things that have come up about the different components of this bill and everything else, would you think that if we were to do an interim study instead and then figure out which are the different strands that need to be focused on, would that be a more effective way to approach some of this to get better clarification on play-based learning for K-3 separate from recess and its essential components?
I don't necessarily think that is the direction to go. I think it's just about clarifying what it is exactly you want to see implemented, because pieces that we're hearing is we want, unstructured time for recess. Then we're looking at the play-based learning opportunities. And as we've heard, these are separate things. And then we're codifying recess. Maybe tackle one of those things and do that really well, as opposed to, investing a bunch of time trying to study all these different pieces of, I'm not a fan of interim studies, but I mean,
I know, again, I'm trying to figure out, because I think there's two valuable components here that are totally unrelated. So trying to figure out if there's a way to salvage either component in a way that's effective without conflating unrelated issues. So, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Any other pink cards on SB 578?
Pink card.
And we need a pink card from Melissa, if you could. Did Becky?
Wait a minute, no, here it comes.
Oh,
No, this is previous.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, we will close the hearing. And we're gonna come back at 1:15 to start SB 507.
Coming. We got 2 minutes.
We'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 507, establishing a committee to study violence in schools directed at staff members and the obstacles to disciplining or expelling students in such circumstances. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Keith Murphy. I'm a state senator for District 16. That includes Goffstown, Hooksett, North Manchester, Raymond, and Candia. So there was an issue at a school in one of my towns last year in which a teacher was assaulted by a student. This was in high school. And the teacher was injured, was harmed. And the school discussed the possibility of expelling the student because there was a lengthy history of behavioral issues, and came to the conclusion that they simply couldn't afford it because they were on the hook for the cost of the expulsion, would have to pay to have the student educated elsewhere, and the cost of doing that was just impossible. It was prohibitive. And so the student came back to school, and the teacher is in the position of seeing that child, student, high school student, every day. And I find that reprehensible. So the bill that I initially filed basically limited the burden, the liability of the district to educate a student in that circumstance. But at the hearing, we heard substantial testimony in the Senate from people who felt that, one, it might violate some sort of federal law, the federal law that requires states to provide education to students. And secondly, it may not be fair to students with certain behavioral issues that may be through no fault of their own. Maybe not really behavioral issues, but people with, let's say, special ed needs and such. And so there was, essentially we came away with the conclusion that we needed to really study the issue and get a good handle on it, which is why the bill was amended in the Senate into a committee. Understanding that I'm the sponsor and there's one member of the Senate to be appointed, I would certainly assume that I'm probably going to be that person. So if I'm willing to take that burden on, I ask that you allow me to be that person, and hope that you will kindly pound the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. So you said that you drafted the original bill based on one specific incident. Is this something that there's evidence of significant issues statewide? Are we seeing multiple incidents? Is it like one incident every 10 years? I'm just trying to get a sense of like how big of an issue is it?
Thank you for the question. I did speak to two other superintendents in my district, and they both told me that this was an issue that has come up in the past. A lot of times they're very reluctant to share any sort of specific details due to privacy issues in terms of where it happened, when it happened, who it involved. Those things are things they can't tell me. But two other superintendents told me. The matter was discussed at an actual school board meeting, and two other times it was discussed over the phone. And they told me that this issue has come up in their districts.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So as you were crafting this bill and addressing this issue of violence against teachers, were you in contact with the teachers union at all?
Thank you for the question. No, I didn't. I was not, and they did not come to the hearing in the Senate.
Thank you.
Representative Nato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, in my district, which is one of yours too, there were two incidences that come to mind. One behavioral specialist was injured, bleeding, and another one was informed that I believe was a principal was physically attacked. I wholeheartedly want to do something about this, and without rewarding the perpetrator, obviously, and to try to find a way to educate that person as well. Is there any pathway to that? And one more, if you don't mind. I talked to one of the superintendents, and he said, just give me the tools to work with. And I showed him the laws, and there are pretty good tools in there so far that I see.
Thank you for the questions, Representative. The school board in the town that I sat with their meeting, we went through the RSAs and could not find anything that they felt would help them to escape the financial cost of sending this student out of the district to basically paying a private facility to educate this student. So I think that's the whole point of the bill, is to identify those other options or perhaps create a new pathway if that can be done. I'm fully aware and supportive of the fact that the state and the district have to educate this and students in this situation. I'm very amenable to that. But, the taxpayers can't be on the hook for $200,000 a year to educate a student who, at least in this case, from what I'm told, was simply very badly behaved.
Any other questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I can see in the purpose of the committee that you speak specifically to violence in schools directed at staff members. Would you also consider violence against peers, fellow students? I mean, why? I understand the specific instance that you're referring to was against staff members, but would you feel that it might address just the general student violent behavior?
Thank you for the question. I would be amenable to that. I'm a little bit cautious about expanding it too broadly to become an issue that can't be studied adequately in the time and with the people that we have. Right? I mean, this has to be finished by November 1st of this year. And those of us who have been around a while know that the legislature doesn't do much in July and August, does it? So given the time that we have, I think maybe it's better to focus on this specific issue. But I certainly would agree that there's a lot of overlap.
Follow up, please. I only brought it up in regards to any kind of a change in law. Would probably be hard to specify if it's just, I guess what you're looking at for is a change in law that's directed specifically to violence against staff as opposed to just general violence against or violent behavior, correct?
Yes and no. Again, I see your point. I'm not against a little expansion of the subject matter, but the legislature provides special protections for certain people in certain job titles all the time, right? I mean, if someone assaults a police officer, they're going to face a different penalty than someone who assaults a man on the street. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I appreciate the look at the commission or committee to do this, having been a dean at a high school that dealt with this frequently. But my question is, someone else brought, I think may have brought it before, if you have the ability to expand the committee, and I know we don't want 18 people, but if you have the ability to expand the committee, particularly talking about obstacles, that I think would be really beneficial to have a K-8 principal and a 9-12 principal there, doesn't matter who, there on your committee, because they work with that issue every single day, as well as a superintendent for someone from the Superintendent's Association, because the superintendent's the ultimate going to be figured out because the cost comes there. There are some obviously ways to work around that, but I would hope that you'd be amenable to adding those three areas: the superintendent, and then a K-8 and a 9-12. There may be some nugget of insight there that just folks on representatives and senators haven't seen. That's all this. But I think the concept of finding ways to diminish the cost when necessarily required to expel a youngster has to be addressed. And I appreciate that.
Thank you for the question, if that was indeed a question. And I would be amenable to transferring this from a committee to a commission and adding a couple of experts or people that have real world experience dealing with the issue. I would plead with you not to turn this into a 15-member commission because these things do tend sometimes to get out of hand.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I was just thinking that those three categories I think are really pertinent maybe you can't add them to committee because they're not addressed, but having those three inputs as part of the voice can be very helpful. You get into a solution that's going to work a long time down the line. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. I'm curious to know whether or not, when you're talking about under the duties in Section 3 that you enumerate, you talk about violence directed at staff members. That could be student to staff member. That could be parent to staff member. That could be a myriad of different things, the way I'm interpreting it. Though I did hear your explanation about a specific instance where you had referenced a student directed at a staff member issue. So I guess I'm curious to know, you then later also in the sentence talk about potential liabilities for school districts. And I guess I'm curious, given a certain circumstance, a liability may be different based on the circumstances of the alleged incident or whatever. So I guess I'm curious to know what you hope to maybe learn from, quote, potential liabilities for districts, because that could vary from experience or situation to situation. So is that all types of liabilities or specifically around violent? I guess that's what I'm curious.
All right, thank you for the question. Specifically what I'm looking at is the financial liabilities for a district in choosing to discipline a student that commits an assault against a staff member, especially if in the school district's judicial process, whether it's school board or whatever committee is set up to handle the situation, they determined that the injuries were severe, the circumstances were severe enough that an expulsion is necessary or warranted. That it seems to me that tool has come out of the toolbox in some cases due to cost concerns, and whether it should be out of the box permanently or maybe should come back in the box or should be used more often or whatever. I'm not making a value statement there, but we need to know what districts can do to ensure to make it to me less likely that an assailant would come in contact with the victim throughout the typical workday. I think people would agree, for the most part, that employees in any enterprise should have the ability to come to work and expect not to be assaulted, not to run into the assailant on a regular basis. And that's unfortunately not the situation this teacher found herself in.
Representative Snodgrass.
I'm curious, is this student is this a one-time incident, or does he have more of a history of violence?
Thank you for the question. Again, this was the school board meeting where this was discussed in the town I represent. They could not, and in fact were admonished several times by the superintendent to stop talking about specifics, right? Because they're violating, if they discuss specifics, they're violating privacy concerns. So, but what they said during this meeting was that, I'm purposely not telling you the name of the town involved because I
don't know. I just want to know if there's multiple incidents.
They described the student as a years-long issue of having a series of violent episodes that culminated with attacking a teacher who was 6 months pregnant.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think that's it. Are there any other pink cards for SB 507? With that, we'll close the hearing. Oh. Brian's coming up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brian Hawkins representing NEA New Hampshire. I hadn't planned on testifying. I just wanted to mention a couple of words related to the time frame, and it came up in the hearing. We are concerned that this time frame is very tight. It's an election year in addition to the summer, and we did work with a legislative committee back in 2019 that was somewhat related to this. The benefit that committee had was that they were able to meet in between the two legislative years. And so there was a consistency between some of the folks who participated in that committee as to be able to submit legislation in the second year. And so in looking at this bill, I would urge you to look at the 2019 Senate Bill 141. Senate Bill 141. It was sponsored by Senator Khan, and it was a bipartisan study as well as a committee, and there were all sorts of witnesses who were able to come in over that time frame, and there was follow-up legislation that ensued after that. Obviously, there's more work to be done, as Senator Murphy indicated in some of his testimony, but so we would just urge you to either create sufficient time or consider possibly the method of creating that flexibility to be going into the second year of a 2-year session, so that if there is legislative action that needs to be taken, you have that benefit of legislators who would be consistent in the 2 years. So with that, I'll try to take in any questions. Like I said, happy to follow up with a few more specifics about that committee, including the report, but I don't have them with me here today.
Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. I believe we've passed a study committee or an interim study, I can't remember which one, to look at teachers' Bill of Rights. Would this be something that would maybe be sort of naturally just added within that discussion?
I guess I would defer to whoever's chairing that committee as to whether it fits into the lines of the subject of that bill. But I guess we're happy to, if there is a legislative study that is created, I wanted to let the committee know we are more than happy to participate in that committee and to help put forward people who can give concrete suggestions and observations. So that
Thank you.
wanted to let you know that.
Yes. After Mr. Hawkins is done with his testimony, I wonder if we could ask Mr. Ferrage to have a quick question for him for this as the School Administrators Association. I just have a very quick question if it's possible.
Yeah, oh, sure. Any other questions for Brian? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually not a question for Brian, but it's a question pertaining to what Brian has just alluded to, a report of the 2019 Senate Bill 141. Could we get a copy of that report?
Sure, I'm sure we can find it.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm happy to put that in my follow-up email to the committee.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, I think we're all set.
Thank you.
And you would like Jerry to come up?
Good afternoon, Jerry Frew, Associate Executive Director of the School Administrators Association, and happy to answer any questions.
Representative Selleck?
I had not planned on testifying on this bill. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. So we heard from the prime sponsor that he was aware of one specific incident and essentially potentially two other incidents. Sorry, my daughter's phone call overrode my do not disturb. I apologize. Okay, sorry. We heard that there is that there are potentially two other incidences within his general region. I guess my question to you is this issue one where that you're aware of through the Administrators Association, a number of incidents statewide, or is this a sort of pretty isolated? I'm just trying to get a sense of scope of whether it's an isolated thing, like maybe there's one incident every 5 years, in which case we might not need a lot, or is it the kind of thing where there's like 5 incidents every year?
Thank you for the question, Representative Selly, and do appreciate the opportunity to address it. And I can say that it's more widespread than just an isolated incident, as Representative Nadeau indicated as well, that there were issues that were brought to his attention in his district. I can attest to the fact that when I was superintendent in Kearsarge, actually it was the year after I left, there was an incident between a student and a staff member that resulted in a staff member being on permanent disability. And this was an incident where the child the staff member was like the kid's person, and had great love and respect for this educator. And a switch flipped one day, and it resulted in permanent disability for this educator, which was extremely unfortunate, and extremely unfortunate for the kid. Obviously, there are things that happen, and so I think a study commission to look at the flexibilities and for the legislature to gain a greater understanding of what tools are in place that teachers and school districts have to work with, but also to study and to become better informed about what are the out-of-district placement options in the state, because I think it's part of a larger picture. And so I think a study commission would be a great opportunity to learn some of that information.
So follow up. So commission rather than committee.
Yeah, I think commission, and I only say that because I think there was I think Representative Woodcock made some great points in terms of the folks who might be well served to sit and advise this group. And I know that Senator Murphy would cringe at the thought of growing the committee, but I would also submit probably a special educator, director of special education, or someone in that realm that really deals with this as part of free and appropriate education would be a valuable asset to studying such an issue.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And would you mind filling out a pink card, please? And we will be back at 2:00. We will open the hearing for Senate Bill 574, establishing a commission to study the efficiency and structure of school administrative units. And I recognize Claire Rouliard to introduce the bill for Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Claire Rouliard. I am the Senate liaison to the House of Representatives. It's very nice to be in this committee. I don't think I've ever testified in front of this committee before. I am introducing House Bill 574, and as the chair just said, the title of it is Establishing a Commission to Study the Efficiency and Structure of School Administrative Units. My role is not to offer any testimony, although I always have an opinion. It is to just introduce the bill and told to take no questions. Thank you.
Claire. Do you have any other cards?
Oh, come on.
Either way.
Madam Chair?
Representative Damon?
Oh, sorry. I just have a general question. Sure. I mean, since we really don't have a statement as to why this bill is necessary, I mean, is there any way we can understand why this bill was brought forward? I understand that she's not allowed to give any information, but maybe we can get some background from the senator.
From Senator Innes, I will do so.
That would be very helpful. Yep. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Representative Damon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. For the record, State Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan District 8. I am here to, you're going to chuckle, sort of support this bill. So it's quite bipartisan if you look at the list of sponsors, which is always appealing, I think. Here's my statement. I represent 9 towns, half of Sullivan County. In my 9-town rep district, there's quite an array of different SAU structures. There are towns in 2 different cooperative school districts that are their own SAUs, Fall Mountain and Kearsarge. There are 4 single-town SAUs, and they range from providing K-12 education in the community, like Sunapee, to providing partial education in town and some grades tuition to other schools, and 1 town with all students tuitioned out, no schools at all in Goshen, as well as Claremont, which has been in an SAU with Unity, but as of July 1st of this year, that SAU is separating into 2 separate SAUs. So frankly, I think I have a very significant representation of different kinds of school districts and different kinds of SAUs that would be impacted in significant ways with SAU consolidation. Could be good ways, could be concerning ways, could be both. Additionally, I was on the SAU Consolidation Study Committee last fall, and I would very much encourage the members of this committee to look at both the majority and minority reports from that committee work. And I have a link in my testimony, and I'm sure you guys can access that as well. As you're probably aware, the majority report from that committee resulted in proposed legislation to consolidate from our current 107 SAUs to just 1 SAU per county plus 1 each for Manchester and Nashua. So that bill proposed to go from 107 to 12 SAUs. For perspective, in the early 1990s, there were 71 SAUs in New Hampshire. So over 3 decades, we've gone from that number to 50% more, basically. Districts have consistently chosen to separate, not to consolidate. And that includes efforts this year where districts voted to separate. Some votes failed this year, including 2 in my district. I could have had 2 more, imagine. So I think that if there is a study commission on SAU consolidation, it should include looking at why have districts not chosen to consolidate? What is it that makes it appealing to districts to either stay as they are now or to separate? What are the values driving that our constituents are paying attention to? I've continued to explore and try to learn more on this topic since being on the committee last fall, because I expected that was not the end point for this discussion. So I want to mention a couple of things. Actually, as recently as yesterday, I received a document from a gentleman in New Hampshire. Let's see, I'm not sure if I know which town he's in, somewhere towards the seacoast, but this person's name is Scott Shepard. He is a project manager. He spent his career consulting in how business operations change and how you bring people with different mindsets together to find a solution that works for everybody. And I saw some postings of his in regards to SAU consolidation that I thought were interesting, so I reached out to him, and this is his report that he provided me. It's fascinating. He has gathered data from 12 different states that have done some version of SAU consolidation. The committee last fall only looked at 4 states, and in my opinion, we didn't look at them very thoroughly. So there's a number of other things in here besides his comparison with other states, but I think it speaks to how much information is out there that we could learn from and not make mistakes that other people have already made, like why reinvent the wheel painfully. In addition, I've learned about an organization called, bear with me here, New America, the Education Funding Equity Initiative. They have an interactive map with data findings from all 50 states. You can put us in and put in other criteria, and it informs you a number of variables of what would happen if we did it this way or this way or this way. I have not explored that as thoroughly as I would think a commission would. And like anything, it comes from people who have a certain set of values. But it's informative to see the different structures they propose. They use one of the models, geographic boundaries more than political boundaries. So instead of counties, it might be organizing SAUs in a way that better reflects transportation needs and other considerations. So those are just a couple of my examples of information that is out there. I think that if this committee proposes to go forward with this bill and create the commission, it might be appropriate to more thoroughly define the tasks of the commission beyond the A to E that's in the bill. I think it should include consideration of whether consolidation of SAUs would save resources or not, with particular attention to the costs at all levels of government. If we downshift costs from SAUs to counties or municipalities, that isn't cost savings, that's just relocating the costs. And I don't think last fall's committee looked very diligently at that aspect of things. So I would ask this committee with respect to entertain defining that a little more clearly in the assignments of the commission were it to go forward. So in conclusion, circling back to my beginning comment that I'm sort of in favor of this, I do think we have a lot of SAUs, and there's a fair amount of data that very small SAUs are less cost effective than SAUs that serve a larger number of students. And we're all concerned about the costs of education and the impact on property taxes. So I do think thorough, pragmatic study may make sense. I do not think that has happened in New Hampshire yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Damon. One thing that I'm thinking about here, and I'm also thinking about previous conversations about SAU consolidation, where we heard from county administrators. We also heard from a wide variety of individuals who also had stakeholder input around some concerns about consolidation at the county level. And so one of the things that I am curious about is whether or not, I don't necessarily believe it's in here, and I'm curious if you know, if there is anything regarding a impacts on the learners themselves, given consolidation. And so that is one thing that I am curious about. While we're talking about dollars and cents and we're talking about administrative consolidation, are we also talking about the impacts to the academic environment?
Thank you for that excellent question. Kind of feel like in my remarks, I overlooked the most important thing in any discussion of education. What's the education that's being provided? So what's the impact of this on that? In the committee work last fall, the consolidation committee, we did have some discussion about assessments and assessment scores. I do not believe that we had any information that linked what that data is now with how it would or would not be impacted going forward. In fact, I at one point said it's not clear to me why we're having this discussion because we're not linking it to what we're studying. So I would absolutely agree that in Roman numeral 4 of the proposed legislation, adding a statement that says the committee would be tasked with gathering data on how would SAU consolidation affect student outcomes, quality of education. That's a critical point. Thank you.
Representative Drag?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So going back to the commission from last time, we got a lot of information about the roles and responsibilities of the three kind of branches, the SAUs and the school districts and the school boards and principals. I don't see that included here. Would that be something that you would want to include? And secondly, I see that the effective date is November 1st, 2026. So maybe you could comment on that.
Thank you very much for both questions. So possibly the consideration of what would be the roles of different positions. Maybe it's somewhat covered in what's listed here, but it's certainly not covered distinctly. And that in the fall, there was a graphic and there was a considerable amount of discussion and learning, I think, trying to help committee members understand in current practice what's the responsibilities of each entity, the SAU board, the school district board, if they're not the same thing, superintendents, principals, business administrators, all of the individuals that are in some way, individuals or entities that are in some way part of SAU administration. And I think there were different conclusions from the information that was provided to us. I certainly felt that we were not looking adequately, or we were not acknowledging adequately, I guess I would say, that people are not cross-trained to all do the same thing. So being a principal doesn't mean you have the legal knowledge that a superintendent needs to have, or the accounting knowledge that I would hope a business administrator would have. So I would absolutely agree that that would be an important part to include in here. And this is what happens when you come in on Monday afternoon and you really wanted to stay outside. I appreciate you guys being here all day. I totally neglected to talk about the expiration date, or the effective date, rather. Well, both. So the report in the proposed legislation is due November 1st, and then the act is repealed November 1st. So it's a very concise time frame. And I don't have to tell any of you that this is campaign year for many people. It was very hard last year to do as much work as we did. I mean, we met once a week in September and October, and 1 week we met twice. That's a lot to expect people to do and be thorough. So I do think that this timeline is very expedited, and it would be more productive to have enough time to do it thoroughly and well rather than rush it.
Any other questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the makeup of the proposed members of this commission. So 2 members of the Senate, 3 members of the House, someone from the Department of Education, 1 superintendent, 1 school board member, 1 business administrator. And I think about the fact, like in your district, you talked about you've got all these very, very, very different types of SAUs together, and that, you know, was it Goshen? I think you said that Goshen, that doesn't even have schools, they just tuition out, versus like the Seacoast, where we have a lot of SAUs that are combined districts, cooperative school districts. Do you think having that this is the right sort of consistency, or do you think that maybe there needs to be like a superintendent representing small district as well as a superintendent from an existing large district to give those differences in perspective? And are there other areas where I'm perhaps not recognizing that maybe there's not the right numbers here?
Thank you for the thoughtful question. I'm pleased that this is proposed to be a commission, not a committee, so that it would include non-legislative members as a steady presence and knowledge base on the committee. I appreciate the logistical challenges of the bigger a commission is, the harder it is to operate effectively. However, my first reads, and I still think this, of this bill is that we in fact do not have complete or fully adequate representation, and very specifically your recognition that having 1 superintendent and 1 school board member does not very adequately represent the diversity of SAUs and school boards across the state at this time. So I would certainly like to see those numbers go up with, you know, maybe some definition of there's a school board member and or superintendent from, say, I'm making this up as I go, 3 different size SAUs or different structures, I think would be very worthwhile. And as to membership of other entities, I think there's folks behind me who may have some input on that. There's not, for example, a representative of the principals, and they, I think, would be very much impacted by any form of SAU consolidation. I don't see how they wouldn't be. So it seems to me we would want to work collaboratively with 1 or more of those folks.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other pink cards on SB 574? Yes.
Representative Damon, is it possible that that you forward the second report that you received this weekend
yes,
to the committee?
Will do.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jerry.
Good afternoon, Jerry Frew, New Hampshire School Administrators Association. I wasn't sure that I was going to speak on this bill, but you have so much time on your hands, I figured, why not? Right? Just in general, it would be the belief of our association that any amount of time that can be devoted to learning more about how school administrative units operate, and as Representative Damon pointed out, there are different operational type functions depending on the large cooperative districts and how consolidation would impact them and their area agreements, as well as the smaller districts would certainly, in many cases, could benefit from some levels of consolidation. I would submit to you that there's nothing in current law that prevents consolidation today. But our record, as Representative Damon pointed out, in the live free or die state, has been no taxation without representation. And so districts have withdrawn from other larger entities, feeling that their taxpayers, their community members, haven't had a seat at the table, so to speak. If you were to look at the historic reasons that SAUs have dissolved over time, would be the feeling of one community that they're being somehow shortchanged by the will of other communities. And so I think any opportunity to study the impact, not only educationally, but from a community-based standpoint of closing schools or what property values could be impacted by such consolidations, the impact of a superintendent on the learning capacity of a community. I believe there are studies out there. I can't cite them at this moment that would show that the educational leadership in a community is directly resulting to student achievement. And I think a commission would help have some conversation around those types of studies and what that impact would be.
Any questions? Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking this question. How long do you think a study commission should explore this? And what might be a good timeline?
Having sat through the 7 or 8 sessions of the commission that was in effect last summer, I do feel that there should have been more time. Not all things were, not necessarily all avenues were investigated thoroughly. And so I'm not sure that November 1st of 26 is going to allow enough time without yet another summer of week-long, once a week meetings of a commission or commission to gather the information that really needs to be gathered. This is a big deal. SAU consolidation is a big deal. I don't think that we can put a ticking time frame on having to get it done for the sake of getting it done. I've sat in this committee enough and said it more than once. Any job worth doing is worth doing right. And I think if we're going to take on something this big and having this many ramifications to people, that it has to be done right. And so I would submit that there needs to be a longer term of study. And Representative Dry, getting to your point that you made based on your experience this summer, I do believe that this commission and 574 needs to take in the perspective of the principals and the school board members, as any shift in how SAUs operate would definitely impact those positions. And I know that that was part of the focus of the last study commission, but it doesn't appear to be the focus of this one. And again, any job worth doing is worth doing right. And I think those factors need to be taken into the work of this commission as well.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. Similar to what I asked Representative Damon, do you think the way the listed membership is sufficient, or do you think that, as Representative Damon suggested, we might need to expand so that there's perhaps a superintendent from some of the larger districts to give perspective on what it's like from a large district, as well as, and again, I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth, I'm just trying to get a better sense of what's going to really bring an appropriate perspective.
Thank you for the question, Representative Selig. I do believe that more regional representation and representing different sizes and configurations would certainly benefit the commission as they learn the practical implications of their decisions. What happens up in the North Country and our association is divided into 5 regions. And what happens in the North Country is very different than what happens in the South Central or the Southeast region. Different resources bring about different levels of ingenuity and innovation. And I think much can be learned from our friends in the North Country with regards to what they've done. But one superintendent representing all, you'd have to be schizophrenic to represent all of the various needs of the 107 SAUs.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Any other pink cards on 574? Okay. We'll close the hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Two things. One, so this Wednesday night is the beginning of Passover. So I will bring in a small selection of Passover-based snacks Wednesday for us to sample. It will not be a comprehensive Seder, but I will have some things to share this Wednesday. And then also, I know we are likely to be in session on Thursday, May 14th, but if you guys would potentially keep in mind that evening, the organization I work with, the New Hampshire Theater Project, which does this work called the Elephant in the Room series, where we use the power of theater to talk about very difficult issues. We've been invited to Laconia that evening to do a presentation about youth mental health. And I don't have all the details yet. As soon as I have them, I will send them out to you. It's likely to begin around 6 p.m. in Laconia. And so if you wanted to just time block it if you're available that evening, the way it's formatted is there will be a live play reading followed by a facilitated discussion with a panel of people connected to the topic and audience participation. And again, once I have those details, I'll share them with the committee, but I just wanted to make people aware since it will come up way before we anticipate.
Thank you very much. And I look forward to the treats. I would just say bring some water and dress appropriately. Because it was real hot in here. Mm-hmm.
For the people who submitted cards, Madam Chair, for the people who submitted cards last Wednesday but didn't get an opportunity to speak, are their cards held so that they will potentially go before new people who show up?
They are not. If you know someone that needs to get in quickly, please let me know. We'll push them to the front.